The Malaysian team, they're really spirited lot.
We are ready, like you can see how excited they are, and they are all pumped up.
They've been a good unit, they've got a lively bunch of young girls who are ready to learn.
We'll give our best, and I know the girls are ready. They train very hard.
Extremely thrilled with their experience here.
We enjoyed what we saw on the opening day of the 2024 Women's Asia Cup with Group A. It's time for Group B action now as Malaysia take on Thailand here in Dambola. Well, it's a small matter of the hosts are in action. They love to go to the final to Sri Lanka. They're up against Bangladesh, the only other team other than India who've gone all the way. That's the evening fixture on another day of double-header action here. Mithali Raj, Isabel Joy still with me. Let's talk about game number one. Malaysia and Thailand. This is where you get to impress, I guess. Malaysia have never won Mithali, but Nepal had never won till yesterday.
Yes, I think Malaysia definitely will look to get their first win in this edition in Asia Cup. They've been part of the last two editions but haven't really won any game, and this is a great opportunity. Obviously Thailand, I think as a team they have quite a young team but a young captain, a rookie captain, so probably this would be the right time to register their first win maybe.
It's an opportunity because Thailand won our hearts, Izzy Joyce, last time, 3 wins, and this time they're without some of their biggies.
Yeah, it's hard not to be up for Thailand because they're such a fun team to watch, but missing the two big players, Chaiwai, Chantam, both out. The big run getters for Thailand. So someone else has to put the hand up. Koncharenka is the one you would look at, maybe Sutarang, but perhaps a new player might come through, maybe a debutant.
Yep, well, I see you've got the Thai colours on because that's what they were training in. Right, what an occasion for the 20-year-old captain to be for Thailand in the absence of the main captain. Let's go to Marina Iqbal for the toss.
Well, we're all set for another face-off, and I think it might be a close encounter yet again. I've got the two captains with me. Leading Malaysia is Winred Durai Singam. Alongside her is Thailand's captain, Tipacha Putawong. And alongside her is our match referee for today's game, Michelle Pereira. You have the coin, Winred?
Tails. Coin for tails?
Tails is a call. You won the toss. So what have you decided to do?
We decide to bat first. Yeah.
Well, what are your strengths given the conditions?
พีทค่อนข้างดีที่จะตีก่อนค่ะแล้วก็เอาฟิลค่อนข้างที่จะเร็วใช่ถ้าเราตีก่อนเราคิดว่าเราจะชนะค่ะ
So basically, it's the field is the outfield is very fast, and the field is really good to bat on first. We think that if we make decent runs, I think we have the game in our hand.
And what target are you looking here to post?
อยากได้เท่าไหร่
ประมาณ100
we're aiming for 130 up.
You've got good wins in the previous edition, and that must be a huge boost coming into this one.
เมื่อก่อนเราชนะก็มั่นใจไหมวันนี้
มั่นใจมากค่ะ
Yes, we are very confident about this tournament. The whole team's very positive, and I think we can go all the way.
Thank you. All the best for the game.
Thank you.
Winred, we saw yesterday Nepal making a history. That must have given you some confidence and boost.
Yeah, of course, it's given us a good confidence of seeing Nepal winning and coming strong. So we have the confidence and will come strong as well.
And what do you think you have more positive than as a strength that you can beat Thailand in these conditions?
I think we got a good bowling side and also a good batting side as well. So we are ready to do both, and we'll hope for good cricket today.
Thank you. All the best for the game.
Thank you so much.
So the news from the center is that Thailand has won the toss and they have decided to bat first.
Very interested with this, given that both teams chasing one yesterday and won very easily, and yet, Mithali, they want to bat first. Thoughts?
Well, I think they probably they felt that the wicket is good enough, because I also felt yesterday the wicket was good, but both teams chose to field first. They're playing on the same wicket, so they probably would want to use it. It will slow down as the game progresses.
In fairness, we haven't seen the two teams batting first bat particularly well. Perhaps today that'll change?
Yeah, well, Thailand's strength is their bowling. There's absolutely no doubt about it. They've got Chanida Sutrang with the swinging ball early on, and then it's just spin all the way, and they're very difficult to get away. So they think no matter what they score, that they are going to manage to defend it.
That is the Thailand playing 11. It's a great opportunity for Thipa Chaputawong, 20 years old as captain. And there's a debut for another 20-year-old in Nanapat Chaihan. They're missing some key players. Izzy Joyce, quick thoughts?
Well, there's lots of spin, like I said. Buchatham is the record keeper in terms of spin bowling, but you've got plenty of spin. Suliporn Leomi is one of my favourite cricketers with her leg spin, and they're unbelievable in the field, so they feel like they can defend anything.
It worked well for Nepal to bowl first yesterday. Malaysia looking for their first win in the competition, led by Winred Durai Singam. They'll have some time to ease into this game, given they're going to be fielding first. Mithali?
Well, yes, I think so, but chasing is also very important. They do have the bowlers. Mahira is there, coming from a very good year 2023, and the skipper is also has a very good record against Thailand. So clearly they would definitely look forward to performing today.
Yeah, they've got 3 teenagers, 15, 16 and 16. They're going to co-host the Women's Under-19 World Cup next. But for now, let's focus on conditions. Marina's busy. She's looking at the pitch.
Well, it's fairly sunny, but sun has been playing hide and seek with some cloud cover. The temperature is 32 degrees and the wind is 27 kilometers per hour. I'm standing at the scoreboard end, and it's coming from right to left. So for the right-handers, this area is where you can exploit for boundaries. Now, let's get to the surface. Well, this is the same surface being used as yesterday. 2 games were played on, and if you can look at it, it's pretty dry and hard. We've got a bit of grass cover, so probably something for the spinners. Just to give you a little preview, 13 wickets were taken yesterday's game, 7 by the pacers, 13 by the spinners, so definitely there is some purchase for the spinners on this surface. Anything pitch short will slightly hold on into the track, but batters, you can come out and enjoy this weather and surface because you'll get the reward for your shots as well.
Yeah, there seems to be something for everyone in this surface if you have the bowlers to exploit it, like we saw India do last evening, and they're off to an impressive win after their after their win against the arch rivals Pakistan. Good start for Harmanpreet Kaur's side. Nepal, what a story yesterday. Samjana Khadka is going to be a household name as they beat the UAE. Group B is the focus today with Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. The top 2 teams make it to the semi-finals, of course. Let's recap the action yesterday very quickly. That was almost too easy for India against Pakistan, Mithali Raj?
Well, I think Pakistan never really challenged India in any sort. I think whether it's batting or bowling, it looked like India just eased through both the innings.
Wondering if so close to the World Cup not being tested is a good thing?
I don't think you'll ever take that kind of victory away from India. They'll take that victory every day of the week, but a challenge, hopefully they'll get 1 or 2 coming up. You never know in the semi-finals and finals.
Yeah, I mean, as we talk about the other story earlier, before that, it was brilliant for Nepal. You could sense the emotion. It was hard to get a conversation through, Izzy Joyce, with the captain. The team, this is such a big day for them.
Well, they were so focused on the job at hand, and I think the emotion afterwards, once they won the game, it was almost overwhelming. The celebrations, they deserved it because they just hit the ground running. They've been out here preparing for a few days, and it's really shown yesterday with that win.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see actually Nepal get the experience of playing Pakistan, playing India. Who knows? Nepal versus Pakistan, what could happen there? My Pakistan friends are not going to like what I said. Marina is far away. For now, Nepal created some history. Malaysia in search for their first win in 11 attempts in this competition. That will be something on the mind of their captain, Winred Durai Singam. And here's a little more on her.
My name is Winifred Durai Singam. I'm captain of the Malaysian women's cricket team, and I'm an all-rounder in the team. I think it's a great opportunity for me to lead this young, talented team, and this is a great opportunity for us Malaysians to play against big international players like Harmanpreet and Smithy. It's a great opportunity for us, and I hope our girls learn from this opportunity, because it's not easy for us to get to this level. So once we get to this level, we have to show who we are, who Malaysian team is. Okay, our first goal is to because our first match is against Thailand, so of course we want to beat them. This is our great opportunity to beat Thailand in this Asia Cup, and because a lot of people will be watching, and it will be a good starting point for us as well. As waiting, because we have been waiting for so long, so this is one of the great opportunity for us which we got, and I hope we'll come strong, we'll bounce strong, and just give our best and play a good cricket.
Well, she's going to have to lead this team first in the field. And let's have a look at key players now. From Malaysia, still with Mithali Raj and Isobel Joyce. Winred Durai Singam is someone that they would like to focus on as we look at other keys. Mithali, when you start a tournament?
Well, you have this young Elsa Hunter as well, who's highest scorer last edition from Malaysia. Then you have Mahira, who's an off spinner. So there are some bowlers who really do very well, have good stats stacked against them, playing against Thailand. So it's very important today they play as a unit, derive the confidence from the Nepal game.
Yeah, Elsa Hunter is just 19 years old. She's in fact got contracted New South Wales as well now. So some experience from Australia.
I'm sure that experience they probably will carry it in today's game. Their first game into this edition in the Asia Cup, and I'm clearly hoping that they will be more inspired, getting the experience and trying to put up their best performance today.
Yeah, Aina Hashim in that as well. Her all-round abilities will be called into question as Malaysia look to challenge Thailand without some key players in this squad. They're not without their captain, they're not without Chantam. So without Chaiwai and Chantam, we will have the focus on other Thailand players as a debut as well, Izzy Joyce. But who would you like to see standing up? Who do you think is key for Thailand?
Well, they need to build their innings around two senior players, Koncharenkai and Sutirowang, who's now become an all-rounder. She was very much just an out-and-out bowler, but now has become an all-rounder since an injury in 2021 when she had to focus on her batting. So they'll build their innings around that, but then there's also opportunities for other people to put their hands up. So they have to see this tournament as that kind of opportunity for the younger players. Yes, they have plenty of bowlers, but who can do it with the bat for them?
Yeah, what we know is that Thailand are a team that won our hearts in the last tournament. They won 3 games, including one against Malaysia. They also beat Pakistan. That is something that we can hope that the Thai players will take inspiration from. They lost to India in the semi-finals, Mithali, but there'd be enough players who have memories of this win.
Well, yes, and also in 2018, I remember I was a player then, and they've beaten Sri Lanka in that edition. It was a big upset in that tournament. So I'm sure Thailand since then have been this emerging team, have got those players playing those leagues around the world. So I'm sure that today they will be looking forward even to get a win. They will play to win.
Yeah, the young captains decided to have a bat first, and that's the first game of the double-header for Group B. But later on, the other 2 Asian giants, we saw India and Pakistan yesterday. We will now be treated to host Sri Lanka against former champions Bangladesh.
First of all, I think it's very important playing against Sri Lanka because it's going to be the first match.
We are a good all-rounders, and we are good team bonding in our team.
In the tournament, and it will going to be our key moment.
Then last 12 months are playing good cricket in our team.
End of the day, the best team will in the competition on the cup.
We all came to winning the Asia Cup.
Oh, that would augur well for them. They are the hosts and they take on Bangladesh. This is a fierce rivalry in the men's game. Perhaps a little watered down in this, but you never know. It only takes one incident to get Bangladesh going, and they're going to be up against Sri Lanka. Who do we see as favourites potentially? Sri Lanka are such regular finalists, Mithali, but they've never won this competition. Are they favourites at home?
I think so, yes, because especially this season, in this year, Sri Lanka has been winning most of the T20 games, like 75% win percentage, whereas Bangladesh has lost to Australia, lost to India. So they've not really been in the winning spree this season so far. So yes, I think so. Sri Lanka has an advantage in today's game.
Yeah, 5 out of 8 for them in the final, but not going the distance. Something that Bangladesh did to break India's dominance, Izzy. So Bangladesh should be looking at themselves as favourites.
It's a long time ago though, isn't it? 2018, yes, yes, they're the one other team that have won. I have to say, I think Sri Lanka have this one because not only have they got that win percentage, but under pressure at a global qualifier when they really wanted to get to this Women's World Cup coming up, they were under pressure the whole way through. They stood strong and they won that tournament.
Yeah, I can understand why 2018 is a long time ago. The Thailand captain today would have been 14 years old in that year. But as we just look at what Bangladesh are capable of, we know that Nigar Sultana would want to rally her troops. They've got their own ambitions with the home World Cup, let's point out. So there would be pressure, there would be support from the public in Bangladesh when we come through to that T20 World Cup. That's for later. For now, we focus on the opening game for Group B. Let's try and figure a score out here. Isha Oza said 115 was well below par. What's a good score?
I think Thailand will be thinking over 100 and they can defend it. A good score is probably 130, but over 100 I think they'll be comfortable.
You see a low-scoring thriller potentially in this first game?
I think so, yes, because yesterday we all were hoping around 130 to 140, but it was nowhere close to even 120. So I think, yeah, maybe just around 100.
All right, Pitali, Izzy, thank you very much. We are approaching live action for the first game of this double-header for Group B. Stay with us. Thailand, Malaysia coming right up.
Women's Asia Cup. It's Thailand versus Malaysia.
The Malaysian team, they're really spirited lot.
We are ready, like You can see how excited they are, and they are all pumped up.
They've been a good unit. They've got a lively bunch of young girls who are ready to learn.
We'll give our best, and I know the girls are ready. They train very hard.
Extremely thrilled with their experience here.
Welcome to the land of Sri Lanka. It's beautiful. The elephants, the wildlife, the rains, the aroma. You talk about the center of major vegetable distribution in the country. Talk about Cave Temple Complex, Singiria Rock Fortress. Dambulla is famous for 5 cave temples. That houses over 150 exceptional works of art. We are in Dambulla. A big warm welcome. It's the 9th edition. It's day number 2 Women's Asia Cup. This is the game that we will witness in the evening. Sri Lanka locking horns with 2018 champions Bangladesh. That's going to be in the evening. But yeah, when you talk about this trophy, this is what players and teams are fighting for. Yes, all the 8 captains. For the first time, we're having 8 teams participating in the Women's Asia Cup. The last edition, we had 7. The edition before that, we had 6. It all started with 2 teams in 2004. The first encounter, afternoon one, is going to be Malaysia versus Thailand. Thailand 4, Malaysia nothing. They've not beaten them at all in T20 internationals. We'll take a look at the 2 groups. Group A, India, Pakistan, Nepal, UAE. And Group B, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia and Thailand. Top 2 teams from each group will qualify for the semi-finals. And toss happened a short while back. It was former Pakistan great Marina Iqbal there. And Thailand have won the toss and they've chosen to bat. Marina sprinted to the commentary box as well. This is the starting 11 for them. Good afternoon, Marina.
Good afternoon, Perry, and to everyone else. Well, Thailand, they've chosen to bat first. They've got their work cut out for them. 2 main high scorers are injured out of the squad, but you can look at Pochatham and even Konika. They might be spraying as well. They have more responsibility now. They're a good side, balanced side, but they have to put up a good total.
Yeah, made their debut in Asia Cup 2012. First win in versus Hong Kong in the same year. Beat Nepal in 2016. Talk about Malaysia. They have not beaten Thailand, but they featured in last 2 editions. They had 5 matches in 2018 and 6 in 2022. Lost all of them. This is a side which has a lot of promise. And you talk about hunger, you talk about motivation, because they've not beaten their opponents ever in the history of the game. Marina, we cannot have a bigger motivation than that.
Oh yes, that's exactly what I asked the Malaysian captain from the yesterday's game, taking some inspiration from Nepal, and they were definitely looking to do another upset.
You talk about the players to watch out for. Yes, Thailand qualified for the semi-finals in Women's Asia Cup 2022. When you talk about the contributors from the side, of course, you speak about the captain, Thipacha Puthavong, who were only the bowler with over 100 plus wickets, 9 Player of the Match awards, 1,405 runs for Nanapat, Chaninda Sutarong. And we also spoke to Nataya Buchatham. And this is what she had to say. In 2022, you won 3 matches. You beat Pakistan as well. Would you love to carry that momentum onto this one as well?
Yes, sure.
And how are the preparations this time around?
So we are confident about our preparation, and we have to execute the team plan, and we do our best.
You're the only Thailand bowler with more than 100 wickets. Now I see a smile on your face with that one. How do you plan to use that experience onto the field?
I think when I come to the field, I have to more aggressive when I am bowling, and in my mind, I have to take the wicket. Yeah.
When you say aggressive, do you also sledge at times on the cricket field?
Yes.
Yeah, you do?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us about the mood in the camp. It's a big tournament for you because 2022 was the biggest Asia Cup for you. 3 wins, beating Pakistan. So what are the personal goals or the team goals this time around?
I think we come here to play and to win and get more experience from this tournament. Yes, and now we are ready. Yes.
Yeah, may you get more wins. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Their opponents, Malaysia, featured in the last 2 editions. Played 5 matches in 2018, 6 in 2022, lost all of them. Finished second in the ACC Women's Premier Cup 2024, and that guaranteed them a place in the list of final 8 teams that are participating in the 9th edition of Women's Asia Cup right here. Key players for them. Winred Durai Singam, 1,000 plus runs, 47 wickets. Elsa Hunter, 68 runs for her. And we did speak to Elsa Hunter, and she made her debut when she was 13, mind you. Take a listen. You're 19 years old. You already have 6 years of experience. How do you reflect back at these 6 years?
Yeah, it's pretty surreal for a 13-year-old to make her debut so young, but I feel like these 6 years have given me so much experience in cricket and in life, and I really hope I could really use my experience in this tournament to hopefully win some games.
Okay, so when you look at this tournament, you've never beaten Thailand. The head-to-head says 4-0. So is that extra motivation this time around?
Yeah, definitely. We did have a chance to almost beat Thailand a few years ago in the Southeast Asian Games, and I feel like we're really using that as our motivation to really want to win against Thailand, and we know we can.
Okay, your favorite male cricketer all time?
It'll have to be Steve Smith for the male.
And female cricketer?
Rachel Haynes.
Okay, good luck, all the best.
Thank you so much.
19 years of age, already has got 6 years of experience, started very young. And normally, players don't even make their debuts at 19. When you make a debut at 19, it's supposed to be a good thing, isn't it? Adam Gilchrist made his debut at 30.
A lot of opportunities now for many young girls to make their debut, and the earlier you do, you've got more experience, more exposure to become a better player. So yes, I think credit goes to the boards with all those in under-19s and emerging tournaments being lined up.
So we're all set, and they are just getting these pictures clicked because tomorrow, day after tomorrow, years down the line, and they'll reflect back and say, oh, I was there participating in the 9th edition. And this is what, there's a history between the two teams. It's 4-0 in favor of Thailand. But the beauty about sport is that it doesn't give history a damn. It starts with 0-0 to both sides. There are stories for us to discuss, and we can build up the two games that are there today. But good thing it for them, and they were sounding very confident. When I was speaking to her, she said, we've not beaten them so far, it doesn't mean we cannot beat them today.
Yeah, I do agree with you that history doesn't matter, but history does give you a lot of passion and something to look forward to create new moments like we saw yesterday with Nepal, and same is the story with Malaysia. They would be eager to beat Thailand. Thailand has established their dominance and stronghold over Malaysia. But today is another opportunity for them, and they should grab it.
Thailand won the toss, they're batting first. Taking guard. Renowned players from their side, of course, Mathaya Buchitam, the off-spinner, only Thai bowler with 100 plus wickets. But talk about her, there she is. 88 matches, 630 runs. Average needs to get a little better.
Yes, it's off stump.
Don't be hard on them, Paddy. She's a diligent player. Buchatham for Thailand. And Anapat Chayan, also another one very important with the bat up the order. These two can set the tone for this match and even for the first innings for Thailand.
Yeah, as they always say, make the best use of the power play that you have. Two fielders that they've chosen to keep outside the circle. Traditional field, Marina. They've taken a third man, they've taken a fine leg, and that's exactly what a new ball bowler would want. Amiza Hashim, a lot of matches for her, great experience, and by the sheer look of it, it's a 6-3 field that she's taken, and which means she has to keep the line of attack around the off stump.
Yeah, also the wind might help her with the angle as well. I wouldn't mind a slip in there.
Let's play.
Just to put more pressure up front.
Here comes the first ball. Day 2, 9th edition, Women's Asia Cup. Straight away the umpire comes into the picture. It is a wide. We did see some movement as well. And the slip that you were talking about should be there.
Yeah, her natural angle, her natural swing is away from the left-hander, and that's exactly where the wind is blowing across the ground. So we'll get some help out of it.
better line, better length. Who will be under more pressure going into this one? A team that has won all the 4 encounters between the two teams, or the team that has never beaten Thailand?
No, good delivery. Probably a little bit closer would be better. Just make her play. Well, definitely Thailand, because they have a reputation to keep up to. You're not worried as the underdogs. I don't like this word, but it just works.
You don't like the word pressure?
Underdogs.
Pressure. Pressure is a strange thing. I mean, pipe bursts in pressure. A diamond is created in pressure too. It is not what you have, it is what you do with what you have.
Yeah, with that flat batted attempts, 2 miss and hits, I would like to take that short square leg and put her in that slip cordon.
Then you're recommending a 7-2 field? Not a bad ploy at all. What Marina is suggesting is then the bowler will have 1 line to bowl at. So if then the batter is taking a chance, take a chance and score runs.
Yeah, just force her to play across the swing against the line. And with that angle, with that wind going across, and if you can see, she's being flat batted attempts.
Through the gap. Timing is everything. The first boundary of this game.
Well, width given, and she pounced on that opportunity. It was aerial, but lucky for her, it was in the gap. First boundary for Thailand, and Buchatham as well. Slightly angled it, probably on purpose to pierce that gap.
Will it not be a good ploy, Marina, now to bring the fine leg in and take one player back on the offside, patrolling that boundary, because your line of attack has to be off stump and around it?
I would like to keep this field, attacking field, just force her to play aerial and go and take the challenge.
Okay, she takes the challenge and she says, I'll pick it from the stumps and I'll just hit it towards the backward square leg boundary for another 4.
Trying to overcompensate the previous line. This time it was a bit straighter onto the pads and nicely put away with Buchatham. You don't want to give her a start. Had ample time, all in control. Another boundary against her name. Way short, had enough time to put it away.
And because she was driven on the offside the previous one, she just tried to alter her length a little bit. Only to concede another boundary. What's going to be the comeback? Again, taps it, takes the first one very, very quickly. Will she create a chance for the second one? She is coming back for the second one. Good, intelligent cricket and excellent running between the wickets.
That's one thing you will see a lot from Thailand. They're really quick and really good between the wickets. And I'm probably now trying to hit the deck hard. I think her natural strength with the new ball is just to pitch it up. She's getting the swing, and that was troubling Buchatham. But now with dropping shot and even that good length area will be easy and comfortable for Buchatham.
That's a gift. That's a gift down the leg side. Long chase for the fielder there. Only to collect the ball and send it back. Another boundary. It's a big over, the first one. 16 coming from it. Thailand have a 4-0 record against Malaysia, and this is the starting 11 that they've gone with today. Some very key players for them, of course. Nataya Buchatham, Suthi Ruang, Nanapat, Pancha Roinkai. Talk about Malaysia, a team that has played in 2 editions before this. Winred Durai Singam, Alisa, Maida Izzati, some of the key players in that side. First over, 16 runs scored. She was not able to bowl to the field, and yes, there was some brave batting as well. The first boundary, the second one which was pulled from within the stumps. So that adds a lot of more pressure back to the bowler.
Yeah, I still feel Malaysia, they need to pitch it up. So Bika Manyavana takes the responsibility now. They're off to a flyer, Thailand.
He literally waited, ball didn't come. Sometimes that surprise element can work for you. Debutant bowling to debutant, not this one. This is the last boundary, the last ball of the previous over, and that was a gift down the leg side.
Yeah, Butchatham is good enough to put these away. We saw some glorious strokes.
Glendaram! Oh, the debutant is rejoicing. We were talking about the surprise element and the sound of the bamboo. Isn't she delighted?
I don't think she picked it up. It was towards the pad, but just had slight deviation, just straightened a little, and she played all over it, going across the line. You can see that. The little away movement clipped the leg stump, and she is delighted. Thailand was looking strong, but what a way to pull it back for Malaysia.
Even the previous delivery, she was not able to pick. She was looking uncomfortable, and this time around has to walk back for a duck. It's 16 for 1. Contrasting 2 overs here as Concha Roinkai comes in. Got a lot of experience. Ranapat. Well bowled. There is a surprise element there. The batters are finding it hard to pick her.
Definitely. That wicket delivery, she thought it might go along with the angle. Played across the line. There you go, have a look at that. It's always the case with the left-handers, left arm. Just the angle, it swirled a little bit. She thought it might keep on coming in, clipped the leg stump, and you can see that it was pitched way outside off stump, and that's why she went for that shot.
And it tails in late. It tails in late. No, it doesn't start to swing when it leaves the hand. After having traveled say 60% of the distance, then it starts to tail in.
Yeah, I can see the smile as well. Bit of surprise element for sure. There you go. Once it pitches, then it tails away. That was the reason she was undone. You need to keep an eye on that pitching area.
Now this time around they say playing around the back foot is a better ploy because you get more time to see the ball, adjust yourself. Nice, interesting element this. What do you make of that action, Marina?
It's a nice, easy, smooth, repeatable action. Probably can work a little bit on her wrist as well.
Shot this time around. Bad ball, and it has been punished, and that will be the end of the second. It's 21 for 1. Groups. For the first time, Women's Asia Cup is played between 8 teams. Group A, India, Pakistan, Nepal, UAE. Nepal had their first win in Women's Asia Cup, beating UAE yesterday. India had a good start against Pakistan, and today Sri Lanka, Bangladesh will lock horns in the evening game, and the one that we are witnessing is Malaysia versus Thailand. When we talk about Nepal, you talk about that fantastic win. I mean, we talk about a collective effort. We speak about the fact alone you can do so little, together you can do so much. We saw that unity, we saw that grit, the determination, but short delivery, good over otherwise from Swabika, the last one.
Yeah, it'll be easy for the left-hander to face that left-arm bowler because it comes in, it hasn't had a lot of pace, so anything slightly on a shorter length, Buchatam has got a strong base to put it away.
Talking about the Nepal story, yes, huge win by 6 wickets. Their first. Before that, they had played 8 games in the history of Women's Asia Cup, but no win to show. Yesterday, a win that had eluded them for so long, finally came to embrace them. Quite the joys. And when we see those winning moments, I mean, the tears were flowing. They were hugging each other. They were jumping. It was joy, elation, celebration. The fist pumps were out. The jog was turning into a sprint, and oh, they just loved it. The celebration would have gone on deep into the night.
Yeah, everyone back at home in Nepal, I'm sure they would be delighted. Oh, it's gone! Sliced it in the air, easy catch, and that's a big one. Have a look at the celebrations, they are jubilant. Buchatam, it's a big wicket for Thailand and as well as for Malaysia.
Aina gave her 16 in the first, so they had to make a bowling change. Alisa comes, disguised completely, no mistake whatsoever, judging it to perfection, and says the wicket is ours. Isn't she delighted? Wicket number 2. Talk about that. They haven't beaten Thailand in the history of the game. They would be sensing something. Must have made the first step.
Yeah, just checked her shot at the last moment. That's exactly why it just ballooned up. Nataya Buchatam gone and 18, and it's a big blow for Thailand. Thailand 2 down on 22.
inside. That's a middle stop. That's off stop.
22 for 2. 2.3 overs have been bowled. Thailand won the toss and they said we're going to bat first. It was a cracking start, the first over, mind you. 16 runs coming from the first over, and then Swabika came. Disguised the batter completely, picked up the first wicket. Bowling change was made at the other end. Alisa comes, picks up the second, her first.
I just couldn't really read that pace. The bat was far ahead of her foot. Just checked it. Had it gone and sliced it with some force, it might have evaded that fielder, but straight to her.
A lot of swing in the air, but she's able to bisect the gap. It's going to run down for 4. All she did was put bat to ball.
There is a lot of action going on. Either it's wickets or boundaries. Again, the length, just that angle going away, allowing some width. That's why they've managed to put them away. Slightly opened up. A flat batted shot. Runs are coming. That's what's important for Thailand.
Same field, they're not changing anything. Nobody protecting at the sweeper on the offside. Plays it late, off the back foot, dot ball to finish the over. 3 gone, it's 26 for 2. We're talking about the Nepal win. Their first win in the history of Women's Asia Cup by 6 wickets, and Samjana Khadka, 45 balls, 72 runs. You talk about the stroke play. You talk about the fact that she understood her role and responsibility. And stroke making, very, very fluent. And what a knock.
Brilliant, I would say, from a 24-year-old. She kept her composure, bounced on every loose delivery for a boundary. Has a really good and smooth presence, good pace, shuffles across. She knows her strength, that's more important for a batter. And the best thing, she carried the bat, made sure that she took Nepal over the line.
Sometimes you play a good knock, but that is not a part of a win, so you don't enjoy it as much. She will enjoy this forever because that happened to be their first win in the Asia Cup. Unbeaten knock, I mean, perfect icing on the cake. Back live. Here also, Malaysia have never beaten Thailand in T20 internationals, but they picked up 2 wickets so far. There was a great start. 16 came on the first over. So much of action. We're loving it. Picks it up from outside off, and I think it's going to be a boundary. It is. The ball has enough legs on it.
It's a natural swing, just clears the front leg, goes across the line, and it's fine as long as you can cover that pitch. Slammed it through the onside 4. Just floated it. It was in her zone.
Manufacturing shots. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. It's so difficult to pick her, especially the ball tails in quite late, or tails away quite late.
Yes, Aubika every now and then comes up with a perfect delivery.
Nanapat favourite cricketer Rashid Khan, if not a cricketer, should have been a cafe owner. Usain Bolt. Wow. Modern age wants everything in a jiffy, so we tend to hero worship a player or a format that gives us instant gratification. Usain Bolt gives you, a boundary gives you too.
That's one way to counter that, angle and swing. Just waiting for a slightly over pitch, that's actually allowing her to put those away. Waits for her, and again just clearing that front leg. Sort of a log sweep, but just along the ground. Strong wrist, I would say.
They believe in one strategy: attack is the best defense. It all started with the 16-run over, and now they're forcing the opponents to make a change. Third man comes in. Long on goes back. The other player protecting the boundaries on the offside, the sweeper. She says, okay, it's going to be the bottom man yet again. The player comes with the picture. Will they come back for the second? They thought twice, thrice, then said no. Good entertaining over this. 2 boundaries and a single. Bowled a very good first over. Picked up a wicket off the second ball itself. Now for the left-hander. Fine leg goes back. Third man goes back. It's going to be traditional field. No one on the square side of it. Balls it wide. Umpire says dot ball to finish the over. 35 feet. And talk about this win. India starting their campaign with a win. They won by 7 wickets. 85-run stand between Smriti Mandhana and Shefali Verma. And before that, the bowlers had done a good job. Talk about a good shot. Here it comes. Elegant, stylish. Another boundary.
That was beautifully put away. Just in her zone. Slightly open the face of the bat to pick that gap up. Again, the width actually allows them to free the hands. Clearing, staying in that base. Another boundary. They're leaking runs, Malaysia.
Oh, they are. The intent is clear. Despite the fact they were not able to read Swabika, they said, okay, we're still going to attack her. On this side also, runs are coming. Runs are flowing, rather. And the other good thing is the rotation of strike. Talk about the wicket takers from India. Neatly picked up 3.
She's a smart operator, Dipti. She can read you as a batter. She knows where exactly the strength of the batter lie, and she really pushes you. Take her on, and that's exactly where you falter.
And the fast bowler started it all. Talk about Shefali's innings. Talk about Smriti Mandhana's innings. That partnership of 85 well bowled. Completely disguised her. Talk about Shefali Verma's innings. Free flowing willow. Elegant wrists. Equally effective on both sides. But there was method over magnificence, discipline over dash. It was not the normal Shefali that you get to see.
She's grown a lot, matured enough now. I've seen her in Under-19 World Cup. And again, that's the line you would want to bowl at Thailand, because they're very strong with that horizontal bat. Anything outside of them, they can free their arms and hit you with some power. You would like to bowl in a straighter line. Don't give them any room.
40 already on the board. They won the toss. They chose to bat. They're also reliving some moments from yesterday's India-Pakistan game. You saw you glimpses of Shefali Verma's innings. And then there was something beguiling about her at the crease, as if the colours were coming to life on her canvas. Treat to watch her bat, isn't it?
Definitely it is. She's one of those classic players. The left-handers are always stylish, but it's amazing how effortlessly she bats.
I never found an answer to that. Why do left-handers look more stylish? But the debate can go on. 5 gone, 41 for 2.
Thailand have taken a tonic ahead of this 2024 edition after the dream run they had in 2022. And not a team that go... Oh, cries for catch it. Valiant attempt by mid-off. In the end, it's a single. Yeah, they're not a team that actually are known to go hard in the power play, and 3 wins in the last tournament. Yeah, thought it was a bump ball on first sight. Is that a chance, Isabel Joyce, Mithali Raj? How harsh are you going to be?
I think she waited too long to move in, so it was a chance, she just didn't judge it.
I think so, yes. I also agree, because catches like those, you have to move forward, you have to run into it, and sometimes even the wind, you have to consider the wind factor. The wind also holds on to the ball. It may not travel as quicker as you expect as a fielder.
Yeah, but even on losing 2 wickets, one of them key, in the form of Buchatham, Thailand's dream run in the last tournament, they were scoring scores between 100 and 115, and they're missing key players. It does look like they're playing their own brand of... What's the coach's name? Let me add ball after that.
Well, they certainly seem to be in a hurry, playing eye-catching shots. Good power as well. It's the new bowler, the captain, Winred Durai Singam, who's probably the standout player in this lineup.
Edged, no one had slipped. There is deep third, final over of the power play this, that the Malaysian captain has taken responsibility for. In fact, they do have a change in personnel from that last tournament to this. Nitesh Salekar is head coach of the Thailand women's team from Pune. Has liberated this team in the absence of key players. It's an action-packed power play, but a quiet end to it, 44 for 2. Right. Toss that was won by Thailand. Malaysia in pursuit of their first win in an Asia Cup. Mathai Buchatham got them off to an absolute flyer, 16 in the first over. Helped by some wayward bowling, but then debutant to debutant. And it was Manivanan who got the better of Nanaphat Chaihan. The absence of key players, Kancharenka's wicket, huge. It didn't stop Thailand though. Continued on their merry way, 4 boundaries in the power play. Not just the boundaries, you see, they've attempted an aggressive shot most every other ball.
Lots of sweep shots to seamers, which is exciting to see, because it is difficult against the slower seamers on this pitch especially. So creating some pace.
Here is Mahira Izzati Ismail. Took the catch to dismiss Buchatham and comes in with the power play relaxed. Will bowl right arm around across the old-fashioned way to the left-hander. There's a sweeper on the offside and long off. Took everyone a second to figure where the cricket ball had gone.
Well, she's really missed out here. Actually got through the shot so early. I'm pretty sure it came off the back of her bat and went over the wicketkeeper. She's lucky it actually sailed far enough that the keeper didn't get a chance to lay a glove on it.
She's done well to get that to deep mid-wicket. That's a big part of the boundary. It's the twos that both Mithali and Izzy were talking about yesterday.
Well, coming around the wicket, she has to come right around the front foot. I think that's why she's got a bit of a round arm action as well. Needs to get maybe a little bit higher in it and a bit more knee drive if possible. That will give her a little bit more pace and perhaps more bounce as well.
I think these off late, the spinners, when they come around, they usually try to have the straighter angle than coming diagonal, because when you come diagonal, the alignment of the body is very different. And in T20 format, you straight away want to attack the stump line, so it's much easier if you come around and straighter.
That's a good appeal. It's given, it's full, it's straight. And Mahira Ismail has struck. Third wicket down for Thailand. The sweep does not come off for the Thai captain.
Was too full to sweep, far too full. Needed maybe a little lap sweep. But she was boxed in the air, that one a bit fuller. Got her straight on the front foot. She went through with the shot, even though you could see she wasn't convinced it was the right shot to play. Big appeal, and well, number 3 goes down. The captain, to patch up with the Wong, goes for 9 from 16. Thailand 46 for 3.
Successful bowling change. Wasn't Thailand's way to try and work out the ones and twos. Sweep shot attempted almost every ball, and eventually it proves to be the downfall for the 20-year-old captain. Right, that's for later this evening. Sri Lanka hosts Bangladesh, former champions, the other two powerhouses in the tournament. Group B action, 6:30 local time. Anita Maya, batter in at number 5. A mix of youth on display, also 20 years of age.
I think the plan definitely now has changed to bowl up, pitch up to the batter, because most of the Thailand batters have relied only on sweep. Look at that wicket, last wicket. She was in no position. It was far fuller for her to play that shot.
This is a really good over from Mahira, a successful one. 46 for 3 Thailand. Perhaps just some information, some intel being passed on. How do Thailand want to approach the middle overs? Sulipon Laume, batter in next, in all likelihood. Edged past the keeper, and will have the legs to go for 4. 50 comes up for Thailand.
Very handy edge that. There's been 2 edges off the bowling of Durai Singam in the last 4 balls of her bowling. It's the length that she tends to bowl. Thailand just hanging the bat out. Frustration for her. More about what's happened rather than the keeper not gathering.
That is very nicely played in open space. Full control on this occasion. Might have been lucky the last ball. That is some skill from Koncharenkai. Back-to-back boundaries.
Well, Durai Singam, I think, should be attacking the stumps. Her line is way outside off stump. Both deliveries, the first and the second, which has gone for boundaries, was way outside, giving room for the batter to throw her bat.
And no change in the field for Durai Singam. She's got 3 batters trying to protect that shot inside the ring. That is really good running. This is a productive over. Among her many skills, Koncharenkai can sweep from pretty much anywhere outside the off stump.
Well, 3 fielders on the offside behind point, but absolutely no one saving a single in front of square on the leg side. So she knew all she needed was a little bit of bat on it. And if there's one thing that Thailand are, it's fit. They're brilliant in the field and they're also excellent between the wickets. That's an area that they can challenge anyone. They're running between the wickets. And the second one is their fielding. That we'll see later on.
Durai Singam as a captain also can have a slip because she's the captain. She can set the field. She's actually setting the field.
That's why it's better to have batting captains, Mithali. Actually, I don't know if Izzy Joyce relates to her all-round skills after all these years.
Bowling captain's no use. You never know when to bowl yourself. You're always looking around, should I?
In our part of the world, we prefer batters as captains. Men's, women's, doesn't matter.
Sometimes you can't choose. You just got to take what's there, okay? But in Ireland, we tend to have a lot of all-rounders, so that's the problem there. Maybe not the depth of talent that you have in India.
I think in today's time, when you have such a big support staff helping you, then whether it is a bowler or a batter actually doesn't really matter as much as long as they're carrying the team well on the field.
For now, the all-round Durai Singam has finished another over. It's conceded 12, expensive, 58 for 3. Isaiah Lisa and Manivannan on debut, accounting for the first 2 wickets, but very keen to see how Thailand counter Mahira Izzati Ismail. Picked up a wicket in her last over and asked questions of pretty much every ball. She's going to continue. Tosses it up, attacks the stumps. Conventional over the wicket line to the right-hander, but still starts wide.
And also she's giving them that nice loop, pitching up to the batter. A bowler like Mahira, you have to really use your footwork. Sweep can not be the only option. And as we speak, she's also changing the pace. She's trying to pull the length back, using a little more flatter.
Well, this is the challenge when you're facing spinners out in the middle. There's only 24 deliveries. You've got to figure out their plans quickly. She's got the floatier delivery. She's got the one that swings away from the right-hander and the quicker one. That's the one that swings away. So you've got to have a single opportunity and a 4 opportunity depending on what she's bowling out of those 3 options.
Well, she is key for the opposition. They would have planned for Mahira. She's the second highest wicket taker for Malaysia in women's T20Is. 47 now after that last one that she took. Also fine year in 2023. Dips at the very last second. She's tempting you into the sweep. Sweep at your own peril, as captain found out last over.
Well, take the sweep out of your game, but what you can play is a little ramp. If you see that flight, maybe you don't want to come down the pitch, maybe try and beat the fielder's square.
She does want to come down the pitch. She's hit that well. That's matched with the effort in the field. Good work from long on. Can't stop two. But that is the other option. Everyone just settles down. There was never three there.
I think she is nicely mixing up her deliveries. She's pitching up. She's getting the ball away from the batter, but not really trying to bowl on the legs. That is why I think she has decent control. She's trying to attack the stump, off stump, variations.
It's another really good over from Mahira. 62 for 3. Captains elected to opt out of the attack. And in place is Amalin Sorfina. With her off spin. So off spin from both ends. It was a test of her lunge. She managed to find the middle of a ball that was short and very, very wide. And they've run two again. Running has been a hallmark of this Thai team.
We'll have a look at their athleticism. Just how well they run between the wickets is a hallmark of them. The good turning as well, and really quick off the mark. Brilliant running, and it's something that we maybe didn't see as much of yesterday in the first game that those teams could learn from.
Should be much more satisfied with her second ball, Sofina.
And Izzy, I also feel in that second run, the non-striker didn't even look behind. I think that's the reason why she got that speed and she was able to come for the second. Usually the non-striker is looking behind, and whether there is a two, they are already deciding on it. But that's the plus.
Yeah, I can only imagine that in their off day ahead of their next game now, the UAE coach would be discussing running between the wickets. On this occasion, perhaps just a little more confusion. Just keep an eye out for how Sorfina loads up and how she grips that ball. Just keep an eye on that for now.
It's a difficult grip. It just looks like it's going to float out, so that might be why she's gripping a little bit too hard and dragging that wide those couple of times.
Promise you, when she gets it right, it'll look awesome. That's not bad.
Just a final point on that running between the wickets. I just wonder sometimes with people who don't run as well, are they communicating when they pass in the middle? Because that's what Thailand do well. They're always talking. They don't shout. They just say 2, 1, and then they have that down. They don't need to look behind.
Well, that was risky. She didn't get to the pitch. Went through with the shot. Keeper for a second would have been interested.
She got close enough. That was the key. Went through at the shot. She knew she wasn't going to be able to get it over the offside. Doesn't have the power for that. Got the bottom hand in and just about survives. She also knows she's so much space on the leg side. All she needed to do was make contact.
Yeah, but I'm really liking that every ball the intent is to play an aggressive shot. It's to avoid or minimize dot balls. And that's why at the halfway mark, in spite of losing 3 wickets, Thailand going at 6.8. 68 for 3. Players and the officials will refresh now with the drink.
champions of 2018 will be locking horns with the host nation Sri Lanka, who regularly made it to the finals, but they've never lifted the title. The match coming up next, Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh.
First of all, I think it's very important playing against Sri Lanka because it's going to be the first match.
We had a good all-rounders and we have good team bonding in our team.
In the tournament, and it will going to be our key moment.
Then last 12 months are playing good cricket in our team.
End of the day, the best team will in the competition on the cup.
We all came to winning the Asia Cup.
All right, that's the second encounter of the day. Looking at the two groups, might be the first time we're holding Women's Asia Cup amongst 8 teams: India, Pakistan, Nepal, UAE. All of them played one game yesterday. Today, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh will lock horns later in the evening. For the time being, the war that's on is between Malaysia and Thailand. 68 for 3. 10 overs gone so far. For Pakistan, great. Marina Iqbal joins us. Marina's a good comeback this from Malaysia.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree with it. And they've been more immaculate in terms of having a game plan, lines and length. And probably put Thailand on the back foot. It does help with having an open field as well. You've got more protection in terms of boundaries.
All right, she made her debut, Hunter, at the age of 13, mind you. She's 19 now. An experience of 6 years at the age of 19. That's quite unheard of.
I don't even remember what I was doing when I was 13, do you?
Did you pick up a bat by then?
I think once I did. Not bat in particular, but the red ball, that red cherry actually. That was mesmerizing for me.
I did. I remember I scored a ton also by that age in the school game. Oh, nice shot this. And that there was a gap, and there was the invitation because the square leg was up in the circle, and mid-wicket had to make a long chase in vain. 4.
And these are the definite areas where Thailand has put away most of the bad deliveries. Just shorter off the length, rocks back, deep into the crease. It had ample time. Picked it up nicely.
And just when you were tightening those screws, deliveries such as that really lets the grip loose. Same field, no change yet again. So she can't afford to bowl the delivery that the bowled previous one. Well bowled. Now alters her length.
She's a quick learner. This time better length, just floated it up, gave it a bit of air, but the best thing was she pitched it up.
Invitation is to either go for the sweep or use your feet. She uses her feet, finds mid-wicket, and that's a no ball. No ball means only one thing: license. Every batter searching for.
No balls are always tricky because you're looking to hit for a 6 or at least 4, and at times you just lose your base. It's important for Maya to keep that in mind. Yup, clearly overstepped it.
And that is the free hit. There comes the signal. Yes, we're waiting for that. Dances down the track, but she was too close for the ball to hit that one.
Yeah, premeditated shot. And Hunter also just took a little bit of pace off from that delivery. Oh, misfield. Another run being gifted to Thailand.
Right word used, gift. You'll have to give away with that attitude of generosity. This is the time because you've never beaten your opponents in the history of T20 internationals. And if at all you want to live a moment as Nepal did yesterday, where they registered their first win in Asia Cup, you'll have to play a lot better cricket than that. Now square leg up, sweeps, beautifully, well done. And the fielder at mid-wicket giving it all that she had.
That's brilliant. Brilliant from Malaysia. That's another thing that you will see. The fielding commitment from both sides will be crucial. Saved a certain boundary. It was slammed hard. tossed up, converted into full toss.
Many hands make light work. Everyone will have to contribute.
Stop!
Good change of pace, and the best thing is that she bowled to her field also this time around. 11 overs gone, it's 79 for 3. Thailand won the toss. They decided to bat first. They received 2 early jolts. 16 for 1, 22 for 2, 46 for 3. But this partnership, 33 from 28 balls, have resurrected things again for them, Marina.
A good steady partnership. It was much needed because of more relied on Buchutam, but she went on 18. But Nanipat and now Maya, they are more steady. They might take it deeper and then accelerate. You'll get plenty of opportunities to score big.
Dances down the track yet again. One thing is consistent: the boundaries and the usage of feet.
Yeah, they're not going to stick in the crease. That's one way to counter spinners. But I would have expected a better fielding effort. As a team, as a unit, you need to back your bowlers. It wasn't a bad delivery. It should have been stopped.
And as the great Brian Lara said, if you want to attack the spinners, either use your feet or sweep the cricket ball. Otherwise, you'll not be able to insert doubt. And you insert doubt in the bowler's mind, and then you get so many deliveries to cut from the back foot, pull from the back foot. This time around, tossed up half, full toss.
You got your wish. Previous one, she went down the track, and this time just sweeping. But that's smart. That's smart from Thailand, and that's another thing I like about these batters. They're very proactive.
It's about not feeding your opponents what they like and where they love. Uses the feet yet again. And that's very constant. And very rarely have we seen them jumping out before the ball leaves the bowler's hand. And that is the key.
Exactly. Any young ones listening, you need to wait for the ball to get out of the hand. Otherwise, a smart bowler will read you and make things difficult for you.
Like a magician will pull the strings and you'll be found in a moment of disarray. And then you constantly put the pressure back on the bowler. You force the bowler to think that batter may step out. Then you end up bowling and which deliveries where the batter might use the depth of the crease. Punch, cut, pull. Those are the shots that come into play then. Full toss yet again. He makes it a full toss by jumping down the track.
Well, that's working for Thailand though. And by doing that, again, you force, as you said, the bowler to alter the length, and that where you get a chance to score more.
86 for 3. They have depth in their batting. Thailand made their debut in Asia Cup 2012. First win versus Hong Kong 2012 itself. We'll talk more about their journey. 12 overs gone. It's 86 for 3. Alright, it's a double-header day for you. Day number 2, edition number 9, Women's Asia Cup. In the evening, it's going to be 2018 champions that beat India in the finals. Bangladesh locking on with a team that has made so many times to the finals, but have never lifted the coveted trophy. Sri Lanka, the hosts, will be in action. And that will be quite a mouth-watering one.
So far, I think all the contests have been mouth-watering. Probably rivals or face-off, I would say. Thailand, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, UAE and Nepal. Exciting contest so far.
We've witnessed top-class cricket. Good contest between bat and ball. This partnership is really taking it away. 41 from 35. And the best part is they've not allowed the bowlers to settle. They've used their feet very well. When we talk about tomorrow, we've got a double-header tomorrow as well. Celebrate your Sunday with us. India versus UAE. India plays the afternoon game. And then in the evening, Pakistan will be in action. Nepal will be high in confidence after that first win. Straight out of the head.
Oh, these are the chances you would want to take if you are in that kit, black and yellow. straight to her. Probably just reacted a tad late. Couldn't really time the jump perfectly. Just brushed the fingers.
Sorfina there, and till the time the batter doesn't get out, it will be playing at the back of her mind continuously. This is what happens till the time that wicket falls. Am I right, Marina?
Oh yes, and your teammates keep on reminding you.
Creates a shot. This was a good delivery, nothing bad about that delivery. It was good length, it was pitched on middle. This is what happens. We'll take a look at the drop catch yet again. It wasn't a tough one.
Just the timing of that jump. I think she picked it up, but just couldn't really get hold of it. Would have been a different story if she would have got that.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if she had not even taken that jump, she would have taken that easily. Because she jumped and she thought it was much higher than she anticipated that to be. Came like a parabola. It wasn't a flat one. Good over this. One more time, look at that. She didn't need to jump there.
Just probably tried to counter it because she was moving towards her right and the ball just turned towards the left.
You can look at that sometimes by the way you hold the bat. Tight bottom hand grip, high back lift means just one thing. Long on or mid wicket.
That has been the story so far for Thailand. Any width given, they either create it or just flat bat slammed them for boundaries. You want to keep the ball in line pretty close to the stumps.
Look at that great camera work. It's a teamwork here as well. Good shot. First run taken quickly, and your partner wasn't taking that as quickly as you had taken it. Okay, that will bring over number 13 to an end. 90 for 3. To Maya. Her partner's got 36. Poncharoen Kai from 32 balls, 5 boundaries to her, 2 boundaries to Maya. Talk about the journey for Thailand. A team that had an amazing 2022 edition of the Asia Cup. 3 wins. One of the wins came against Pakistan. They made to the semis half-hearted. Where did that land? Was that a half chance too?
By the direction of the fielders and the batter as well, I think it was a chance. Again, using the feet. Oh yes, definite chance there. They need to grab onto these.
Yeah, was hit very hard, but as Marina said, they need to be taken. Long travel there from the fielder, but all in vain. The batter gets a boundary. It was powerfully struck. Great use of the bottom hand there.
They're on the roll, Thailand. Again, good use of the feet. It's not hitting it too hard. She timed it to perfection. Fielder just diving over the ball. This run rate is 7.05. That's exceptional.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the quickest we've seen anyone bat in the tournament, except for India when they were chasing that score yesterday against Pakistan. Well bowled. Gone. No mistake this time around.
One too many shots. Width given and they will go for it. And that's a big one. Well settled batter will be back in the hut. Again, just couldn't really control the shot. You can see the path of the bat. It was neither from up to down or down to up. Just laid it straight into the hands.
The partnership that they needed to break. 40 is what they've scored. Anapat, good knock. From just 35 balls, it's 94. 94 for 4. And a lot of experience arrives at the crease, because when you speak about Sudhir Wang. For the moment, let's remind about this encounter tomorrow, India versus UAE. India will play the afternoon game. It's a double-header yet again on Sunday in the evening. We'll have Pakistan locking on with Nepal. Nepal very, very fresh from that win. Pakistan need to regroup, Marina.
Definitely, they cannot take any game easy, especially on this surface. Would be looking for a dominate win to get some momentum going.
Chanida Sudhir Wang, 89 matches, 778 runs. A lot of experience there.
Stop!
And this is the time when they should be sending in those overs fairly quickly. Don't allow the batsmen too much of time even to think. You've just picked up a wicket.
Yeah, when you're cutting, you need to be aware where you want to play it, either along the ground or go aerial, so that bat path has to be definite.
Catch it!
Another wicket, another catch taken. Second in the over. They are delighted. Such a joyous moment for them.
Well, tables are turning finally for Malaysia. Back-to-back wickets for them. Thailand is just trembling a little bit. Again, the lack of the pace has done the work. It was in the zone, but probably close enough. That's why she couldn't really find the elevation. But good catching. I want to know what that celebration sign is all about. But they're happy.
Happy, they're delighted. And Chanida goes for naught. It's 94 for 5.
บอกได้เลยนะลูกมูสิเกตแล้วมูออกคอมพลีทเซ็นเตอร์พลีท thank you
A lot of swag in their hair color. Kyaoto comes in. Very, very successful over this. And would have been we'll take a look at the 2 wickets that fell in this over. 5 runs conceded, 2 wickets, and the catching was good.
Yeah, the spinners have been dominating so far in this tournament. This was pretty straightforward catch, and then just a lot of bottom hand coming in, couldn't get the elevation. But things have finally turned around for Malaysia.
Oh yes. Now they've never beaten their opponents in the history of the game. T20 internationals is what we are talking about. Will that day be today? Suddenly they've started to pull things back, no doubt about that. There was a time when they were 94 for 3. They are 95 for 5. And have a couple of more wickets. And that surely is going to affect the scoring rate towards them. What's the field that they've set this far? We've got a mid-wicket which is straightish. You've got a long on which is not too far away from the side screen. Straightish long off as well. We've got a sweeper on the offside, down the leg side. They are easy gifts and they are gleefully accepted.
I'm not sure about this bowling option. The spinners have been doing work for Malaysia. They've been containing runs and also, more importantly, getting wickets. Paces have struggled. It's a vivid line, bit of a wood on it, traveled quickly to the boundary.
They should understand the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is knowing tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting it in the fruit salad. Picked up 2 wickets the previous over. This is your time. Bowl a good over. It's on the batter. Yeah, deliveries such as that. Let the batter take chances, and their intent and their style of play is simple. 100 up for the innings. They are stroke makers.
Just keep things very basic. The Malaysian bowlers keep the line tight within the stumps. Don't give them any width or any room to maneuver and put those and get those boundaries going.
Shot. Pulls it away beautifully. The roll of the wrist. Reach.
Stand and deliver for Maya. Picked it up quite early. It was drop shot. The pace wasn't threatening. Just look at that lovely hand. She reached for it, played right in front of her eyes, in front of the square for a boundary.
Bowler bowls it short. Batsman says thanks a lot. They'll have to alter that field somewhere, because that mid-wicket is very straightish. And they've conceded too many runs towards that backward square leg region. Direct hit! There is, but there's no celebration at the moment. Batter is in, perhaps. The body language tells you so many things.
It definitely does. Lucky for her, she was back in the crease. Good to put that dive in. Might have another look there. Not an ideal way to put your bat down, because it always bounces off.
Yeah, that's the moral of the story. Either sideways. As rightly said, explain that more, Marina. The moment you do that with the back of the bat landed first on the ground, chances are your bat will be found in the air. If it's about 4 to 6 inches for sure. Easy. They've dropped a catch. Yes, they have. But that over 2 catches taken, and that was a fantastic over. Good backup over this as well. It's 104 for 5.
Into the final 5 we go. Lost a little bit of momentum perhaps with the double strike. Myra has been outstanding with the ball. But looks like the messaging is clear. Anita Maya hit a delightful boundary in the last over, and they will continue to go hard. Well on course for getting that 130 that the Thai captain mentioned at the toss. They must first contend with Myra Ismail, who has been virtually unplayable. Into her final over, has gone for just 11 and 3 wickets as Izzy Joyce and Mithali Raj return.
I think even Thailand batters have changed their strategy now. They're not relying heavily on sweeps, but now stepping out and playing maybe longer mid-on or deep mid-off. I think that's a good sign, because since then there have been a lot of runs coming through.
Yeah, 3 wickets for Myra also puts her right at the top of Malaysia's leading wicket takers in T20Is. I'm sure her captain would be happy for her, in spite of the fact that she's gone past her. Winred Durai Singam. All right, she's converted that into just a shoulder high beamer. I was still keen to see if square leg would have deemed it would have been a no ball, but it's only a single as a result. Now Myra, full and straight, counted for the Thai captain. And then 2 and 2 in her previous over. Pancharenkai, who was looking good. Must find out about that celebration at some point. I think she just lost her run up, but the non-striker had a moment of anxiety. Well.
Well, I think as a bowler you're entitled to do that. You're not actually allowed to leave the crease until the ball is released, so just make sure that the batter stays inside the crease, because they are running so well. You want to take every advantage as a bowler.
Excellent. Varying the length, the pace. Well, it's not excellent if the umpire thinks it's too wide.
Really harsh call this. I thought it was brilliantly bowled, just inside the wide line, but umpire decided no.
Well, they're too nice, these Malaysian bowlers. I can imagine at least some remonstrating. Had it been slightly different team. That's in the line. Come on, ump. Just gets on with it. Dedunu Silva from Sri Lanka. It's fine stop. Full stretch. Excellent spell comes to an end. Mahira 3 for 16. 109.45. Now they lost 5 wickets. The opening wicket featured 2 debutants. It was Subhaika Manivanan getting the better of Nana Prachayan, 16-year-old Swabika. Had a moment to remember. The fact remains that no matter where they go in their international careers, they'll both remember this day, the day they made their first international debut together. Their fates will be intertwined. The 16-year-old bowler got the better of the batter today, but I go back to 1999 at Milton Keynes, where 2 other 16-year-olds made their T20 international debut, or rather ODI debut, international debut, and their fates have been intertwined no matter where their lives went. And that was a day when India played Ireland, and 16-year-old Mithali Raj opened the batting. 16-year-old Isabel Joyce had 10 overs to bowl, and in spite of 50 overs that were bowled, India finished 258 without loss. Your fates are intertwined. Remember
so we
that?
find ourselves in the com box.
I think that tells you who you should listen to maybe a little bit more closely. The person who got a century on debut or the one who went 0 for 50? What do you reckon?
The key was that Swabika got the new ball, and before Nanapat was set, she got her. Now you came in late. You could have got Mithali Raj that day, or you couldn't have. Just carted you all along the ground. And that is a wicket for Durai Singam. We'll come back to that. But as things stand, it's the Malaysian captain that has her first of the afternoon.
Well, Mithali Raj was calling for it earlier. Bowl straighter, she asked the captain. Finally, she's come back, rolled the fingers over that one a little bit. It's kind of gone on with the arm, gone inside the bat and pad. And look at that, that's what it means. The comeback is good here. Another one gone for Thailand. Panita Maya, 29 from 28 for her. Thailand, 111 for 6.
Right. Malaysia will be very happy with how they've gone in the last few overs. At one stage, partnership that was looking threatening between Koncharenka and Panita Maya. We thought that Thailand were on course for 130, 140, maybe more. But 3 wickets in relatively quick succession. 13.3, they were 94 for 3. Lost 3 for 17 in 3 overs. And that is what brings Rosanne Kano to the middle. She continues to just carry on from the previous batters. So there's no blocking it, there's no getting your eye in.
Well, that's a really good length. I think that's one of the issues for Thailand has always been when the ball's in a good length on the stumps, they don't have the power maybe that other countries do. Well, that's a beautiful looking shot down the ground, good contact as well. Lots of work to do, but good sliding stop in the deep. They'll always come back for 2 though, Thailand.
Yeah, they've been good in the outfield, Malaysia. Just the one chance that's gone down, maybe 2.
You talked about they keep on swinging. I think they've actually changed the batting lineup as they've gone deeper into the game because Suliporn Leomi was padded up early. I think she was there for in case they lost too many wickets. But actually, as that we had that long partnership in the middle, she's moved down and down. It's the dreaded hand on the shoulder that sent her down. The order is the 17th comes to an end. Thailand 114 for 6.
Right, dominating right up until that 15th over mark. But a strong finish for Malaysia. They'll be pretty happy going in. 4 overs to go. Wicket in the last over just interrupted what would have been a lovely trip down memory lane for Miss Raj and Miss Joyce.
Well, Mithali doesn't have much to say about a century on debut. I think it speaks for itself, I suppose.
It's a long time back, AC, so I don't really remember much of it, to be very honest.
You don't remember your hundreds? Really?
Well, I think the latest that I remember is the 100 against New Zealand in 2017 World Cup quarterfinals.
It's got like a 7-year shelf life.
Yeah.
You'll forget it next year. Well, I can tell you that my time spent with Mithali, batting was just part of the job. There are some cricketers that remember every ball they bowled, every wicket they bowled, every innings that they got 100, or every innings generally. I would have remembered that.
Ronak, I had another duty as well. I was the captain. So it was not just the batting, but I had other things to look into. My plate was pretty full.
Oh no, Mithali, that's awesome, I'm telling you. We get too obsessed and attached with the game in our part of the world. But yeah, these two who played their first international game together, here they are now, looking exactly the same. Look for 2, it's on from that part of the ground.
Well, I have to say, that was obviously my debut, but what a way to make it, because plenty of people, it's especially for Ireland, it's usually a European nation. For me, it was my first time in an airplane, flying over to England. I didn't have a passport. I needed to get one to go to the game, and I also didn't know who anyone was. I just turned up, bowled, went home. Very different game now. Everyone knows everyone. Everyone's on TV. What a journey women's cricket, not just ourselves. Obviously, having the opportunity to be in the commentary box for me at an Asia Games, it's an honour to be here to see these 8 teams, and also not having to be worried about my own team winning. They're not even here.
Well, that's something you don't need to worry about at the World Cup as well, is he? Sorry. 119 for 6. Right, 119 for 6. We're just continuing to revisit the start of the illustrious career for Mithali Raj. 17 for 30s and 50s. That's just a T20I career. That dwarfs in comparison to the giant that she was in ODI cricket as well. Which one do you enjoy more? I'm sure you enjoyed ODI cricket more, am I wrong?
Well, that is something that I've started as I debuted in ODI, and that is the time when ODIs were the format, and then T20 came pretty late into my career. So I think yes, the more you play a format, the more you get a hang of it and you start liking that format. And ODI is something where you get a bit of both the Test and the T20, depending on the situation.
Work again for deep mid-wicket. That is a really good effort, but unfortunately it's not enough to stop the ball from going to the boundary.
Excellent pick-up shot. Just managed to get it square enough. She made a good effort, and there's the despairing dive. It just edged away towards the boundary. Brilliant technique in the deep, so I feel for the fielder. Well, a bit of heat. It's very hot out there. It's a little bit warmer than we had yesterday.
Powerfully struck down the ground. This time it's a clean pickup. I'm happy to allow you, Isabel Joyce, to respond to that seriously unprovoked punch of the Irish full member nation not making it to the upcoming Women's T20 World Cup?
Well, it's obviously heartbreaking for the Irish girls. That's a loose delivery. Missed out. Really missed out. Full toss down leg. You don't get too many of those. Back to the Ireland girls. I think it's good news for world cricket because Scotland have been up and coming. They're now professional between English contracts and the county stuff and through Scotland cricket as well. And they were the better team on the day. The Bryce sisters in particular shining.
Gee, you've given me such a hygienic answer. Well, some big shots being played. What they've done really well all innings is minimize dot balls, look for run scoring options. If not 4, then 2. If not 2, then a single.
Yeah, they've always been that way, Thailand, right from their debut into the Asia Cup. As batters, even as a fielding unit, they're always very busy on the field, looking for those opportunities, creating wicket-taking opportunities either through their fielding or through batting, I think, with their running between the wickets, always looking out for runs.
It's a pretty relaxed dugout. I think they'd be happy with wherever they finish now because they've got something to bowl at. It's already the highest score batting first. A disappointing first innings by the UAE, first in the afternoon, then Pakistan. Put down. There's an opportunity to finish with a wicket. Durai Singam is disappointed. Here's a dot ball though. 1-2-7 for 6 as we have 1 over to play. Continues to look for run scoring option. Let's have a look here. Always tough follow through.
That was hit really hard. She couldn't get her hand. Usually these are the catches sometimes get stuck into your hand. Not this time. But she would be disappointed there, Durai Singam.
Right, 1 over to go. I'm actually surprised that Swabika, we're talking about the debutant, is not bowled after those first 2. It's going to be Elisa. Calls for catch it, put down. 2 drops in 2 balls, different bowler, different over. Will they regret that, Malaysia?
They've already got a good total, 128. You don't want to drop these catches at this point in the game, especially the last overs. The more runs they pile up, it gets more difficult to chase.
That's now doubled the drop count. It's down to 4. And just caught well in that middle over period between overs 13 and 16 when they picked up 3 quick wickets. Saw quite the animated celebration. It's a good over so far. Just a single and a dot ball. Finished strongly, Elisa. That's just over. She's going wide of right-handers off stump. As it's been all innings, another 2 to take the score to 130. Building.
The Malaysian team definitely would want to end this innings on a good note and not by dropping catches or giving easy runs, because they have to chase this total. Thailand has already reached 130 and really going strong.
And that's because they didn't have any batter, maybe with the exception of their captain, who was still showing purpose to try and find the boundaries. No one's really gotten and got stuck. So they've had busy, and you'd say relatively high impact innings. Run rate throughout the innings has been in excess of 6.5. It's currently 6.66. They'd love to finish with a couple of boundaries, try and push to 140. Well, this is a smart bit of bowling though. She's decided, clear plan. Isaiah Elisa to go wide of off stump. She's disappointed to not have a wicket. Just having a look at chances that have gone down. First one, stat point. The stuff low. Oh, they're going to push, they're going to push. Ball is not collected cleanly. And they're just pickpocketing away at these twos in this last over. In fact, it's still a good over. It finishes at just for 6. And Thailand, having won the toss and batted first, have posted 133 in their opening game of the Women's Asia Cup 2024. Been busy all innings, and they have a score now to bowl at for Malaysia in pursuit of their first win in this tournament. You sense it's a happier Thai dugout at the moment, Mithali Raj?
Yes, Thailand started very well, first over going for 16, but somewhere in the middle with Mahira's spell, they've lost their way somewhere. They've lost wickets from 94 for 3 to, 94 for 5. Those two back-to-back wickets have put them back. But then later on who've come in, the batters have made sure that they got the team to 133.
Yeah, Nanapat Koncharenkai and Vanita Maya, excellent partnership between them, just too short of 50. Kept the innings going in spite of a few wickets falling in quick succession after. Rosanan Kano and Swan and Kyoto ensured that it had 130 score, which is what Kipacha Putawong, the Thai captain, was aiming for at the toss. They managed to go past it. And he speaks of Mahira Izzati Ismail, standout bowler. 3 for 16, 14 dot balls. And it's time now to go down to Isabel Joyce, who's got Mahira with her.
Mahira, well bowled, 3 for 16 for you. Tell us about how you went about taking those wickets.
I just bowling according to my feel and also try to get over tight.
What's your assessment of the performance out there in the field, and how do you feel about going forward into the second half? Do you think you have a chance?
Yeah, I think we can do more better. And then for second innings, I feel we can get it.
Well, it was a brilliant performance in the field. What do you think you can do in the second half to chase down this total?
I think for our batter, we will try our best to reach target.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Mahira Ismail. 3 for 16 from 4. Well played.
Okay, thank you.
Well, a very happy Mahira Izzati Ismail, but now her team has a job in front of them. .133 is what Thailand have got after winning the toss and batting first.
Yeah, it started with a flurry of boundaries. The intent was clear. It had to be stroke making all the way. There were some freebies. 16 runs came off the first over, but that beauty from Swabika put them on the back foot for a bit. And actually they were 2 in 2 very soon. 22 for 2 at one point of time. They were looking for a partnership. They had a very tiny bit of partnership till the time they reached on to 46, because that is when the third wicket had to fall. In between all of that, flurry of strokes, umpire was asked, third wicket, that's how it fell, Marina.
Yeah, Thailand stepped the supremacy. They kept on scoring runs, picked up the gaps beautifully. Anything short and wide was put away. But every now and then, Malaysia did manage to get some wickets. Few drop chances there should have made a little bit of difference in the end. But Thailand continued to put those boundary away. This one was another one gone down. Few catches. This was the time when they managed to put some momentum back to Malaysia.
The score was 94 for 4, 94 for 5, but that mid-wicket region and the bowler castled the stumps too. Mixed moments these, but when you look at 133, this is not an easy score to chase against an opponent that you've never beaten in the history of the game. But in all, 6 wickets fell. There were a lot of strokes. Catches were dropped as well. Yes, a catch went down, but overall when you see, fielding was good.
They kept their nerves. Malaysia, Thailand, a big clash together for Group B. Well, they need 134. It will be some challenge for Malaysia against Thailand's bowling and their fielding. We'll take a short break and we'll join you guys on the other end.
Welcome back to Dambola, where we are at the halfway stage in the opening encounter for Group B. As Malaysia take on Thailand, the ACC Women's Asia Cup 2024. Solemn ritual for the Thai team as they take the field to try and defend 133. Thai Butadam got them off to a flyer 16 of the opening over. Swabika on debut, accounting for Nanapat Chaihan, the Thai debutant. And that innings was held together, the partnership between Nanapat Konsorankai and Vanita Maya. Nice little finish from Kyoto and Rosnan Kano to give them a score in excess of 130. So, certainly advantage Thailand, you'd think. The scores that we've seen. We have seen the teams chasing, though, win comfortably the opening day for the tournament yesterday. Malaysia will take inspiration from Nepal's achievement against odds, registering their maiden win in this competition, and that's something that Malaysia are eyeing as well. It's their third consecutive appearance of the Women's Asia Cup. Played 11, lost 11. That matters little now, as the challenge before them is that of the Thai bowlers. And Winred Durai Singam captain of Malaysia. Bowled her 4 overs, ensured game didn't swing completely in Thailand's favour. Now she has a job to do with bat. 1,000 runs for Durai Singam, and her partner is Wan Julia, as Chaninda Sutiruang will kick off proceedings for Thailand. There's a slip in place, deep fine leg and deep square leg on the boundary, so both fielders on the leg side. Malaysia need 134. Here we go. Oh, movement as the wind continues to play its part. Good afternoon to Marina Iqbal.
Good afternoon, Ronak. Yeah, it's a mammoth task for Malaysia, but not an impossible one. They have a blueprint in front of them. How the Thai batters went about this score. They just need to be articulate and try and target some bowlers in the power play.
I'm glad you brought that up. It's so important for the fielding side, especially in the opening games of this tournament, to have a look at what worked for the team that batted before them. And we saw Nepal take cues and lessons of what the UAE did well and did not. UAE guilty yesterday of just trying the hard-hitting option, not exploiting the spaces in the outfield, which Thailand did brilliantly. Lots of gaps. And that is one of 2 fielders in the deep on the leg side. With the ball tailing in from Sutiruang. That's the direction of the wind. I must say there is a nice little increase in the crowd as the home team will be in action in a few hours. Chamari Attapattu is a household name. This team is more than just Attapattu, which augurs well for Sri Lanka cricket. That's kept the umpires busy yesterday and today. Had to bring out the heavier bails. Yeah, and it's good the kind of angle Sutiruang gets to have the wind assist her. It's the game this evening. Chamari Attapattu is in Sri Lanka. And that was Bangladesh. 6:30 p.m. local time. Group B action. The last 2 teams in the tournament. We've seen 6 so far. It's an accurate start as well. We saw yesterday when the UAE started bowling with the wind, a natural angle coming in. There were wides, easy runs. This is good from Sutiruang.
Yeah, they do have a big target on board, but bowlers need to do their work as well. To want to give an easy start to Malaysia.
She's missed out there. Everyone in the ring on the offside. This little punch would have got her handy runs. It's a good start from Sutiruang to without loss Malaysia. Nataya Buchatham, and the only Thai bowler to have over 100 wickets in T20 Is. 118 and counting. It's a staggering average, 9.8. He's picked up as many as 40 wickets in 2019, which was the joint highest. Starts right on the money, stump to stump with the slip in place.
Yeah, Malaysia should be aware of those dot balls. When you look at how Thailand batted, for a moment you might think they have scored more runs in boundaries, 15 of them, yes. But another thing they did well is they ran well between the wicket. That will beat the fielder. And first boundary on board for Malaysia.
Yeah, just evidence of how good this outfield is. And it is a surface you can trust, pace and bounce. It's nothing more than in a assist for ball on bat. It's not the sharpest bit of work at point with no one back. Both fielders still on the leg side, even for the spinner Buchatham. It's a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket. That's why she's got to be there. Any width and it's an opportunity to score for Wan Julia.
They've already batted on the surface, and whenever the width was offered, they went for it. That's one thing Thailand needs to take in mind.
Just drag that one down short, but she does have protection. The fielder who came in has changed her mind on where she wanted to throw it, and I think what also influenced that decision is she had a colleague who hadn't ducked enough. We take cover under the sun for now. There's absolutely no chance of rain. We've been blessed with great weather and promise of the same right through the tournament. This is a tidy enough start from Buchatham. Just that one ball where she was slightly wide, but fielder had let her down. Yep, blue skies. Historic, ancient mountain caves that Dambulla is known for. UNESCO World Heritage Site. And just a lovely part of the world to be in.
I heard you're going to visit those caves on an off day.
I don't get out of my room on an off day. Again, evidence of just quality timing. All you need to do is find the gap. The outfield will give you plenty of reward. That's 2 boundaries to finish the over. Good one for Malaysia. 12 without loss. Got great history behind them. Buddhist caves, Dambulla. There's not enough network, so I might not go. It's more for you.
Don't worry, me and Izzy will drag you up there. It's a decent surface, has everything for everyone. Runs are inevitable, and we've witnessed that enough. Thailand needs to bowl better and field better than Malaysia. They put down a lot of catches, Malaysia, that's actually aided that big total for Thailand.
Ooh. They took off instantly for the single. I think the fielder at short cover actually feels like she would have intercepted. Would have been a chance, but it's an easy single. Now this is again just evidence of intelligent batting. No one back on the offside. Just find the gap. That's it. Just races away.
I miss these back foot punches nowadays. Everyone wants to slash it, but that was sheer timing.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's just cricket smarts, isn't it? On that occasion, again, not the most efficient bit of fielding. Straightforward ball to the fielder, but all the fielders in the deep are on the onside. As we look at the Malaysian captain's interests, Kumar Sangakkara is quite the favourite. Would have been a teacher. Sangha was a lawyer.
I tell you, she has that firm voice and command in her attitude. Winifred, she would have made a great teacher. Not that she's not a good cricketer, but still.
Maybe she'll be MCC president someday. He's got the good old Sri Lanka jersey on. Again, just finds the gap, short and wide. This is good from Malaysia. It's effortless hitting, and it's bringing them great reward.
Thailand are better than this. They should be aware where they're bowling, standing way outside the crease. And that's smart batting. Never wanted to keep it down. The intent was clear, width was offered. Bottom hand coming into play, clearing the infield for another boundary.
Yeah, she's standing down and perhaps trying to counter the in-swing that Sutirang is getting. Just on that angle in the air and short of the fielder. 18 without loss after 3. Conscious effort to counter that swing and come back to that. But it's a good start this from Malaysia in the chase. 18 without loss. Thai captain is going to persist with Buchatham. That's actually an aspect that I'd like to monitor closely, Marina, in the absence of the regular captain, Chai Wai. How much of a say will the young 20-year-old captain have? They batted superbly, so you can see the batting wasn't let down in spite of the absence of Chai Wai and Chantam. But at just 20 years of age for Thipa Chaputawong, how can she influence bowling changes? And Buchatham has been around for such a long time, 37 years old. The sweep is attempted. Full marks for the appeal. Umpire probably thinks that's going down.
Yeah, just the line swifting away. That actually was the escape area for Durai Singam. That's the length you should be bowling. Anything slightly shorter than that, both the teams were able to put it away.
Now that was, I thought, was going down because it was an off break, but just on second look there, it looked like it turned towards the stumps. Let's just have a look at this. Yeah, that's changed angle. It's almost like a carom ball. Release looked like it was front of the hand. I think if you had a closer look at that, she might feel a little unlucky, Buchatham. Batter's lucky.
It wasn't a conventional off-spin ball on that occasion, just straightened up a little bit and got away with it.
Bit of gamesmanship would demand just having a word with the umpire and saying, no, that one I bowled differently. That's the one that turns back towards off stump. Really good over, a maiden, 18 without loss. What you missed, perhaps, in case you took off in that, was that the reserve players actually have their own cheer. In sync, worked on it. I mentioned that the Malaysian team has a number of teenage players that are part of this squad. One of them got a debut today in Swabika, but they are going to host or co-host the Under-19 Women's World Cup. Well, usually umpires are quite strict when it's anything down the leg side, but I think that's a good decision. Batter has almost unnaturally gone into the line of the ball, and that's allowed for the ball to go through. I'm very interested to have a close look at this release. How that ball has not gone on naturally with the angle as an off spinner.
Yeah, the line that looks like that might be hitting the stumps, but probably just going over it. That was a full stretch. Maybe that was another factor. The umpire decided against it.
Yeah, but it's a good over to just settle Thailand's nerves too, because 18 without loss and Malaysia would have been happy. Quiet overs what they needed, and Buchatham went for 10 in her opening over. She's followed it up with a maiden using all that experience. Short, wide. And this time there is a change in the field in this over, so more conventional deep third and deep fine leg. I think something on their minds will be Buchatham gets another over. Now let's try and focus on the release here. She bowls off spin, but this occasion, right, Marina?
And this grip actually looks pretty similar, but just the same position. I think that's what actually made that ball to straighten up a little.
It's worth pointing out the end that Buchatham is bowling from is against the wind, so the wind could have played its part in deceiving the batter. And it's a good follow-up over from Sutiruang as well, just 2 off it. Suddenly the asking rate's in excess of 7.5. She finishes well. So Thailand in the last 2 overs keeping things quiet. 18 of the first 3, just 2 of the last 2. It's 20 without loss.
Okay, Thailand will say we've not let you off the hook. Malaysia will say we've not lost a wicket. A little bit to cherish for both sides here. However, when you speak about the power play, Malaysia should have made a better use of the power play. I've got 2 international captains with me, Isabel Joyce and Mithali Raj. Good evening, ma'am.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, everybody who's out there watching. We've got an enthralling chase on our hands. Vanita Maya will close out the power play.
Mithali, they should have done a lot with that power play with the bats. 5 overs gone, just 20 on the board. The good thing is they haven't lost a wicket. Is that how you look at it?
Well, when you're chasing, you definitely want to be in and around the required rate and not go too low, because it tends to put a lot more pressure for the batters who are batting to play big shots. And if you've seen so far, the batters, anything given them width, they have converted those into runs. But stump line, they've not really got scores of those lines.
You see more aggression in this over, Isabel, considering last over of the power play?
Yeah, I really think so, because they've got pace on the ball as well. Not a huge amount of pace, but definitely a lot more than they'll see from the spinners, which we will see dominate outside the power play. There is a slip in, so Thailand are expecting an attack and they're hoping to take a chance.
First of all, I was taking a close look at that grip. The other one was, it's a traditional field. They've taken 2 fielders outs. It's a long leg and a third man back. When she runs, I just thought for a bit, it's not a cross seam. These days bowlers don't show it off and they just hold it, so don't reveal anything. Even to the non-strikers, sometimes the non-strikers can indicate to the striker.
This is one of those funny occasions where, because there's a wind across the ground, the Thai bowlers think that it's going to help them swing the ball, but Chanita Sutiruang actually didn't get as much swing as she usually does. It's usually a huge in-swinger, and it almost felt like it was working against her, and I think Vanita Maya's expecting it to go a little bit too much as well. So they've moved the slip out, gone into square leg. She's recognised the swing is not there.
Wrapped on the pad, half-hearted appeal. They'll be more happy with the fact that it's a dot ball. Mind you, Malaysia have not beaten Thailand in the history of T20 internationals. But come what come may, time and the hour run through the roughest day. Who knows? Nepal did it yesterday. They might do it today.
Well, at the moment, if you see, the bowler is finding difficult to get her line and length. Is this the moment that maybe Malaysia can utilize to their advantage, get runs as many, because you have to pick the bowlers, you have to pick the moments in the match.
Makes room, but good enough just to send it to third man. Just a single rotation of strike. Singles in the last over of the power play, Isabel, won't hurt them at all.
Well, I think that's why they've gone with this bowling change. It's a little bit of a surprise. They've said, right, just bowl a little bit short, see if they can actually hit you through the leg side. That's why they've gone with third. I think she's supposed to bowl outside off stump with the field they had set. And they're asking Malaysia to take them on and expecting maybe to buy a wicket because of that tactic.
Durai Singam 8 from 16, partner 12 from 16. And also, seeing shots being played, the intent is there. And with that fumble, it's allowed them not one but two. Still searching for the boundary.
Really nervous hands on the boundary there. It's the debutant, Nanapat Chaihan. Thailand known for their fielding. She was waiting for an age for this ball to get to her. You can forgive her a little misfield here. She got the leg down, that was the important thing, so only one extra run added.
First game nervousness. Mithali, did you have butterflies in your stomach, and were the butterflies moving in one direction or opposite directions?
They were moving all over, if I may say. Because yeah, I mean, I've debuted very young, so the pressure was like, you know, it was like so huge on my shoulders, tender shoulders that I had back then. But I think for anybody on their debut, it's always that expectations, more than anything, your own self-expectation that you would come good.
Hunter debuted at 13. What was the age that you debuted at, Mithali?
I debuted at, I think, 16 plus, yeah.
Near about the same age as another legend, Sachin Tendulkar. Oh, bisected the gap, and the much-awaited boundary has arrived. They'll call for some celebrations, and there's a bit of dugout ecstasy there.
This is what happens when there's extra pace on the ball. Just waited for it, didn't try and overhit it, went for the gap. It was a half stop and cover, but that's the pace that we have in the outfield all the way across the square as well. Meant that Suliporn Leami couldn't reel that one in. 4 runs.
2 deliveries left in the power play, and from there on we'll have more protectors at the boundary lines. Will we see great intent, maybe dancing down the surface? Oh, in and out. There was a chance, it came, and they floored it.
We'll only get to know how important that would be in the context of the game, but I think these are all part of the game. But it is expected that such catches be taken, because if you want to win matches, if you want to defend totals, these are the opportunities that you need to grab.
Yeah, because here you talk about a team which was the semi-finalist in the last edition. They had 3 wins. They beat Pakistan in 2022. If you want to repeat the feat, or if you want to just go one step ahead further, you have to just take those catches.
Well, I wonder how much the wind had to play in this. A very short fielder, Suliporn Leami, and that one just maybe carried with the wind, went a little bit further over her than she expected.
Yeah, the drop catch. We'll take a look at it yet again. Good shot, misfield, and that just might be the boundary they were searching for. Yes, it is. It is the second of the over, and it's a big over, this one. It has got them 10 runs so far. 6 overs gone, 36 without loss. Decent power play now, especially with the amount of runs they've got in the 6th over. And if you look at that power play, the 6 overs, yes, the start was very cautious, very sedate. But the good thing is they haven't lost a wicket yet.
They haven't lost a wicket, and they found the boundary, especially in that last over. Thailand 44 for 2 at the same point, but they'd lost 2 of their big batters, whereas Malaysia, their 2 big batters remain. That was the chance that went down, and a little bit of sloppy fielding that we're not used to from Thailand has added salt to the wound.
Yeah, talk about this, and there's a lot of hope here considering they haven't lost a wicket at all. Thailand were 44 for 2. Yes, they had scored 8 runs more, but they had lost 2 wickets as well. Now Malaysia will say we've not lost a wicket yet, and pressure will start to show now. Why? Because you've got 4 protectors on the boundary line.
And also Thailand had a very good start. You know, the first over itself was a big over for them, getting 16 runs. Whereas for Malaysia, the big over has been 10 runs, the 6th over power play.
Oh, mind you, they can take 4 outside, but they've taken only 3 outside.
Oh, the new bowler, Puttawong, is one of their best. Have a look at that drift in. Came onto the bat a little bit quicker. Doesn't look like it's going to go as quickly as it does, but that extra pace really helping, as that was too wide. Gap found yet again between point and cover, and the boundaries just keep coming for Malaysia.
Like 32 wickets in 2023 at a staggering average of 6.1. That sort of average and that sort of economy. And now we were talking about the fact that they've only taken 3 outside the circle where they are entitled to 4. They've pushed 1 fielder back now, and it's a 5-4 field. Earlier 5 were on the onside, now they are on the offside. Much better field this, Madam Joyce?
I think they might go back to the other field once Puttawong is into his spell and bowling straighter. This gives her a bit more protection to go outside the off stump.
There was a single there. There was a single there. But your partner was just not interested. Durai Singam said no right from the start.
I think there was hesitation, but luckily they haven't lost a wicket through a run out, because they've just started building that momentum from the 6th over, getting those boundaries. 2 in that over. They've already got 1 in this over.
Perspective. When you change the way you look at things, the things that you look at change.
Don't go anywhere if you want some catchphrases. We've got them all here at the Asia Cup 2024. I'm learning so much.
We're learning so much from you as well. Yeah, because isn't that the most beautiful thing in sport and life? Some feel the glass is half empty, half full. I feel, drink the water, because the glass's best utility comes when it's empty. You can fill it with orange juice, water, lassi, Mithali's favorite.
Well, there are many favorites, I would say. But at the moment, because I'm a little under the weather, hot water will do.
Hot water would do it for you. He's braving it very, very well indeed. As are the openers right now, Isabel. 7 overs gone, 41 without loss. Run chase is on. We are searching for that win against Thailand in T20 internationals. They've met 4 times, and each occasion it was Thailand that emerged victorious. Will it be different this time around? 7 overs, 41 in the run chase. They need 93 more from 78 balls.
I think this is their best opportunity. Not only are they missing the 2 batters, who obviously, Thailand did a good job with the bat, but they're missing that experience out on the pitch. I've never seen Thailand field like this. They just look rattled out there. And then Malaysia is all about taking the chance here. Anicha Kamchampu, the new bowler.
Single taken.
Also, I think, Izzy, when you don't have your regular captain leading the side into an important tournament like Asia Cup, and have a rookie captain, yes, she needs to take some time. She will take some time to lead. She's a youngster. She's a 20-year-old. And probably that is also one of the reasons. And maybe also that they have a new coach. So everything is pretty new for this team in this tournament.
Deep mid wicket back. Keep square leg back, long on back, and only fielder stationed at the boundary line on the offside, sweeper back.
Well, I was thinking about this captaincy change coming into the game, and it's a lot of responsibility on a 20-year-old, but I thought there's such a settled bowling unit, maybe it won't be too tough. You kind of have your rhythm, you know who comes on when, but it's still proving difficult.
Oh no, you can't blame her for that. I don't think she even got fingertips onto that one. But the intent is very, very clear. They want to make the most of anything that's tossed up to them.
Yes, I think there that was a pretty premeditated shot because she stepped out even before the release point. And the bowler was pretty good enough to pull it back.
Toss it up again, but this time around, she waits in the crease, taps it around. Rotation of strike. She's coming back for the second. Flat throw, the story would have been different. And the throw was wavered. Neither this side nor that side.
Well, she couldn't decide which end to throw. It's the debutant again, Chayahan. She made good ground. She did pick up the ball with the wrong foot in front, so she couldn't get the ball away as quickly as she would have liked. Right foot forward. She needed to sort the feet out. A good tap and turn as well really helped from the batters.
4 and 4 so far. Taps it, no run this time around. And everyone, they're not taking the start from the edge of the circle. Already 6 to 8 yards inside. The intent is very clear. They need to stop those runs, and they're trying to prevent those singles as well, because that will mount more pressure on the batters. And then you bring them out of the comfort zone. Down the leg side. Will that be called a wide? Yes, it will be.
I think the Thailand bowlers are trying too hard here, maybe because they haven't got a wicket so far, and they do realize that the more wickets, if Malaysia is going to have more wickets in the death overs, they can always catch up with the runs.
6.7 the original rate, 7.23 now. What works in their favour is they've got all the wickets in their bag. So suddenly one good over can deal with that required run rate as well. For the moment, 8 gone. It's 46 without loss. Hunter comes in at number 6. Najwa and they have depth. And because they have the depth, they have the belief. Strong foundation being laid. 2 more runs from the very first ball of the 9th over. Run chase is on. 86 from 71 now.
Well, they're taking their chances. That's pretty much taken off the stumps. Good bit of fielding, but she used her feet. More soccer. We saw some yesterday from Shafali Verma behind the stumps. More today. We could have a soccer tournament maybe after this. Glad she didn't injure herself, but probably saved 1, maybe 2 runs there.
I think all of them are replicating Cristiano Ronaldo.
There's a great amount of technique that's needed there. The knee that first strikes or the leg that first hits the ground needs to slide along with it. If you bang it in, your knee may be gone.
Well, the key thing she missed was using her hands. That would be the first change. She could have slid on the side, making a 4 with your legs. That's how you slide after the ball, and then get the hands in play.
Has the time come when one of the two has to decide that, okay, you stay, I'll go hard at the bowlers?
I think we saw that from Durai Singam last over. She came down and tried to go over the top when the ball wasn't there. She just committed and said, you know what, I'm 16 from 23. Julia, you're going a little bit better. I'm going to take the bowling on.
And Thailand will believe they are just 1 wicket away from making inroads. Flat throw, good throw, but the calling was correct and the response from the non-striker was apt.
And they are also putting pressure on the fielders. There are times when they are hitting straight in the hands and taking off. So they are living dangerously, but having said that, even a little bit of fumble, they are just taking those chances.
50 up on the board. Even if they're not picking up boundaries, I mean, they are getting 5-6 every over. This is the second dot ball of the over. Besides that, they've already got 4 runs. So they're running very well between the wickets, rotating the strike very well, not giving the bowler a chance to bowl at one batter continuously.
But Thailand will be looking and saying required rate 7.5. If they go for 4 and 5 and over for the next few, then they're way behind the rate.
Time has come when one of the two has to decide. We need to collect some boundaries. No, that sloppy work won't help. Malaysia is going to cherish that one from Durai Singam, but aided very well by the cover fielder. 9 gone, 54 without loss.
I think it's a great opportunity for me to lead this young, talented team. And this is a great opportunity for us Malaysians to play against big international players like Harmanpreet and Smithy. But unfortunately, we are in a different group. So, but we also will be playing against Shamari Attapattu. You know, now she's in form and all. So it's a great opportunity for us.
If you think you can, you can. 54 without loss, 9 gone, 10 wickets in the bag. Golden opportunity for you. They're searching for that one big over though. Required rate 7.27 now. And in the search of it, oh, another catch dropped. I've never seen Thailand field so poorly. That was a sitter.
That was there for taking. They have to take these catches. I'm sure this was pretty easy. Maybe she misjudged, probably again because of the wind. But again, if you really need a wicket here, which Thailand desperately requires, you'll have to take these chances.
Yeah, they're searching for that boundary, and in the process they're giving you chances as well, but you're not taking them.
Yeah, this definitely foxed her with the wind. That's why your footwork is so important when you're fielding, especially in those straight boundaries. Get one foot in front of the other so that you can adjust forward or back based on whether the ball's held up or carrying with the wind.
3 from 2, dances down the track. Yet again, that's been a good ploy. They've not played from the crease whenever it's been tossed up to them. Good strategy. They're still searching for that boundary. How many have they got this over? 4 from 3. How many required? 76 from 63. They've never beaten their opponents in the history of T20 internationals. Head to head says 4-0. Appeal, umpire says no. Down the leg side. First dot ball of the over. Halfway stage, they haven't done too badly.
First sign of nerves here. Look at the feet. Absolutely no movement. That was a case of not deciding whether to come forward. Can't decide to go back. I think I'll just stay stuck in the crease.
This time around the intent was clear, but you jumped out far too early. The bowler saw it and pulled it back.
Definitely wants width, does Julia. Anything outside off, she'll throw the hands at. But once you keep it straight and not too full, then you're on the money, and you're definitely in with a chance of taking the wicket.
Required rate of 7.48 at the moment. With that single, they'll finish the over. They haven't lost a wicket. In the first 10 overs, in the run chase of 134, they are 59 without loss, and it's time for drinks.
Sri Lanka and Bangladesh in action in just a couple of hours from now. The home team against the former champions. This is a clash to look forward to.
Against Sri Lanka, because it's going to be the first match.
We had a good all-rounders and we have good team bonding in our team.
In the tournament, and it will going to be our key moment.
Then last 12 months are playing good cricket in our team.
End of the day, the best team will in the competition on the cup.
We all came to winning the Asia Cup.
A wonderful rivalry. Much more civilized rivalry in the women's game between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. Top two teams qualify for the semi-finals on the 26th. India put themselves in a strong position. Pakistan play Nepal tomorrow. What a big game that is. On Nitadar's side, expect them to bounce back. India take on UAE. It'll be the only afternoon game for Smriti Mandhana and Harmanpreet Kaur and co. It's 1:30 local time. Back to Group A action with Nepal taking on Pakistan. Wonder if there are any nervous Pakistan supporters, fans. Nepal would be on a high. Can they focus, reset? Is Marina Iqbal one of those nervous Pakistan fans? Or is she just annoyed that I'm playing her team down? Ask that in a second. For now, game on. Malaysia have started as well as they possibly could have. 59 in the first 10, steady partnership, building and building. Juan Julia was the one who first exploited the offside, and Thailand have not helped their cause. Multiple chances going down. Close LBW shouts not going their way. But full credit to Winred Durai Singam and Juan Julia. Here we go. The score ticks over to 60.
That's good running. Malaysia started off slowly, but now surely they're on the right track. Yes, I do agree. Some of the vivid bowling and the catches being put down has eased the situation for Malaysia. Thailand, they need to pull up their socks. Still hunting for a wicket.
And will it come in the form of the leg spin of Sulipon Laumi? Bowling change after drinks.
One kept.
This partnership now, only the second 50-plus partnership in the tournament. Smriti Mandhana and Shefali Verma last evening against Pakistan, putting on 85. And we got another opening stand that's looking good. It's had its moments. 63 wickets at impressive average and economy rate for Laumi. Just one needed now to make Thailand believe. It's going to become the 7th wide of the innings.
Yeah, as a spinner, you need to be careful about that drift with the wind. Don't give it too much air that it carries away from the line of the stumps.
Gave that a bit of air. 3 fielders in the deep on the onside. There's one of them. Got long on. Deep mid-wicket. Deep square leg. Right. Test for Thailand and their young captain. Where are they going to get this wicket from? Well, for starters, they need to hold on to their catches. As opportunities are being created. Required rate is still 7.47. In a chase, things can suddenly explode under pressure for the chasing side, especially one like Malaysia that don't have a reference point of winning in this tournament, that have never beaten Thailand. So all that will come into play. Might look comfortable at this point. At 64 without loss, they know what they need is for someone to play like Samjana Kharka did yesterday. See the job through.
I reckon that's a much better line and length. Just try to pitch it up. most of the scoring has been off the back foot. Thailand themselves scored a lot off the back foot.
That's a good point, that. Let's discuss that a bit more next over. Again, easing herself on the back foot, just allowing ball to come on the bat. And Wan Julia has effortlessly found another 4. It was a good over until that point from Laumi, but it's finished with the boundary and yielded 9, 68 without loss.
That's a nice touch, elegant touch. Just waited and waited for it. Just nearly close to the glove of the keeper. Used the pace allowed by the bowler. Clever batting.
I think she's got to have short third finer. The areas that Wan Julia is looking at. They're matching them phase for phase. With Malaysia in yellow. Thailand started really well first few overs. And you could see now that no wickets lost, just keeps them in front. Kam Chompu. Bowled! Gone! Desperately needed that, Thailand. Durai Singam, the captain, pursuit of the big shot, and finally the partnership is broken.
Dancing down the track, just trying to go aerial into the gap that was visible towards that mid-wicket area, but missed the line completely. It was a wild swing, was nowhere near the pitch of the delivery. Probably it did stuck a little bit in the surface, but that is a much needed breakthrough for Thailand. Finally, the opening partnership has been broken. The captain walks back. Winred gone on 22. Malaysia 1 down on 68.
Elsa Hunter at 3, 19 years old, highly rated. It's taken giant strides in international cricket. Slightly nervous start, but it'll still give her 2. All right, that looks like a problem here for Suwanan. I need to have a look at how she perhaps attempted to feel that, landed awkwardly, just grimacing in pain. This is worrisome.
Was a good effort though, just flicking it back to the other fielder. But just about now, the knee got stuck in the surface. Have to be very careful when you do that.
Yeah, it's awkward. It's a heavy fall, would have put a lot of pressure on that knee. And what we have seen, it's a really good outfield. Sometimes even on these quick outfields, slightly soft underneath, so your knee can get stuck. And we have well advised all the players. We saw an incident for Nepal as well yesterday. You just need to be watchful of when your knees go down and what fashion. For now, time for Thailand to just regroup after getting their first wicket. Onicha Kamchampu has actually gone wicketless just once in this calendar year. This is the 11th innings that she's having a ball in, so the knack of picking up wickets. She keeps that trend going, much to the delight of her captain. And she's going off the field, just get some treatment. Has the gloves in hand, sometimes does Suwanan Kyoto. Batter's entitled to that. Nicely picked up in the gap. What a lovely shot that is. She is quality, is Elsa Hunter, and that's the first evidence of it today.
Hunting the bowler and the boundary. Had a gap there. Good use of the feet and the wrist in the end. Just managed to handle that line. Got to the pitch of the ball. Wasn't hit hard, but timed to perfection.
That is just beautiful poetry from Marina Iqbal. Under the fine influence of Padamjit Sehrawat last 36 hours. Hunting the bowler and the boundary. Magnificent. I'm so happy Elsa Hunter got that boundary for you early on. Just keeping that in storage.
Oh, I was waiting for that one.
Me.
Slight hesitation. The single was always on. Successful over. Still an expensive one though. 8 off it. 76 for 1. Elsa Hunter, lots to like about her, and here is more.
Yeah, we've definitely grown really big. From when I first joined, we were barely beating teams like Kuwait, and we were getting smashed by teams like Nepal. And to be where we are now, making Asia Cup the second time and beating a team like Nepal to make it into this Asia Cup, it's like really big stepping stone for us.
Allow me to continue. And so much potential in Elsa Hunter, has Australian roots, and is also player of the match in the final of the Super Women's League, captained Western Wonder Women to the title. Earned herself a contract with the New South Wales Breakers, the 2024-25 domestic season. Inducted in the Pathway program, has been for a few years now. Just pierces the gap to perfection. We saw Hunter do it in the last over. Julia just carries on in her merry way.
Not much turn on offer for the spinners in the surface. Easy pickings, but not easy to execute. She's kept her head down to make sure she got a good contact. The key is to get to the pitch of the ball, especially against the leg spinner. You want to cover the line.
Did you just say you want to cover the line?
I'll give you that.
Well, they would want her to carry on. Just look good, Julia. 44, 6 short of a half century. Malaysia 54 away. Historic first win on the cards. It's a really important 8 or 10 balls at the back of the wicket. Thailand would have thought if we can get one more, trigger some panic in the dressing room. But they've not let the runs dry up. Oh, it's an interesting shot. She's gone through with it and absolutely hit it off the middle. Head somewhere else though. Signs of a well-set batter. And again, the gap is just waiting to be found. It's good work. Mentioned slight dangers of sliding the outfield. The Thailand desperate as well to save every run they can. If they go down here, Thailand, they'll look at how they possibly were in a position to get 145, maybe more. 7 overs is a long time. Women's T20I cricket, even with the asking rate at 7. Lots of wickets in hand.
I reckon they could have bowled better line and length and even fielded well. We all do agree that this is pretty ordinary fielding from Thailand. We haven't seen them put those catches down.
Bowled. Lau Mi invites Hunter down the ground. And she gets the better of her. That is a huge wicket. That's 2 wickets in 2 overs now, as Thailand believe.
Just trying to replicate the previous shot. Coming down the track, but this time it was a bit quicker. Couldn't really get near to the pitch of delivery. And the woodwork has been disturbed. Another breather for Thailand as the hunter, being hunted this time. Gone on 9. Malaysia 83 for 2.
Right then, Mahira Izzati Ismail, outstanding with the ball. Can she match that with bat? Best of 44. And half of those will do nicely today. He's an all-rounder. Bowling is her stronger suit. She's in because Elsa Hunter looked to repeat a shot that played really well previously. Just got too full for her. Almost yorked. Lau Mi providing a much needed second wicket. Captain's back, Putawong.
Wow.
Just keep it basic. That's the message for Thailand. Keep on targeting those stumps. Don't bowl shorter or even slightly shorter. Pitch it up.
Yeah, I mean, as the pressure builds, it'll build on both sides. We've already seen Thailand put down catches. These singles with new batters now might be an occasion with panic for a run out. Need to be as sharp as they possibly can. Fielders inside the ring need to take their catches. Oh, you know what? That looks good. Oh, there are these marginal calls. Malaysia have, to their delight, been receiving end positively of almost all of them.
It's going way across the stumps, trying to work it into the onside. It's not an ideal way to play.
What Mahira did well was she very quickly just moved way down leg side. That's, how about that? Give in this time. That is straight enough. That is wicket number 3. The captain's bowling changes are working. Putawong has her first. And suddenly Malaysia in a bit of bother.
Mahira falls for the same trap, this time bit quicker. Didn't bounce enough, again playing across the line. The ball was coming into her. A straighter bat would have saved her. But things are now working for Thailand. Another one down. The need to regroup and think about it. Mahira gone on duck. Malaysia 84 for 3.
Well, no wickets in 12 overs and now 3 in 3, which brings Aina Hamiza Hashim to the middle. Isabel Joyce was mentioning the challenge of her captain and when to bring herself on to bowl. She's a young captain at age just 20 and she's got this spot on, attack the stumps. Good shout from LBW the ball before and then no doubt about the next one. Off the mark. Zaina, that is a successful over for Putawong, 85 for 3 Malaysia.
It's playing across the line. Better shot would have been playing towards the long on area with a straighter bat. Disappointed. Just trying trying to repeat the shot earlier, but delights for the Thai captain and the team, Puttawong, bringing things back into Thailand's momentum now.
Just what a few wickets and a couple of quiet overs can do. Asking rate in excess of 8 now. And plenty depends on Wan Julia, the set batter. She's off strike for now, single of the last ball. That's all that Lau Min needs to do. Not offer any width or easy scoring opportunities. Attack the stumps, trigger the error.
And this is the momentum Thailand was looking. Now it's important to keep a strong hold on it. Make sure they continue the pressure on Malaysia. It's tossed up nicely.
She's just eager to get on strike, and you can understand why. She's spent a lot of time at the non-striker's end in the last 10-12 balls. She's seen wickets fall. Senses that this is a pivotal period of play. That would have been one without the effort had she let it go. Takes her to 47, and that's what Malaysia need now. The dugout is a lot more concerned than it was about 20 minutes back. Sadly, the ball's not coming onto the bat. Batters aren't in positions to push for twos like they were when that opening stand was going strongly. Asking rate now just shy of 9. Well, it triggers a big shot. It might well have found the gap. It has. Oof, that'll settle the heart rates of that Malaysian dugout. It's a first boundary for Aina.
It's just 2 singles coming off that over so far. Then this happened. She realized an opportunity, went for it, slapped it towards that square area. A much needed boundary for Malaysia.
They have that boundary to thank. At least they've got 6 of the over. We are in for a thrilling climax here in Dambulla. 43 needed of the last 5. It's 91 for 3.
$91 for 3, 43 required from 30 balls. Edge of the seat thriller, nail biter. All right, stay glued. Finally, Malaysia are searching for their first win in the history of Asia Cup. They've also, okay, now mix up, yes. Pressure does strange things to the human mind. Testimony on your screen.
I think this was bound to happen because Julia was desperately trying to keep the strike with her, looking at the wickets falling the other end. You see, as soon as she hits, she takes off. But the non-striker responded way too slow. This is probably could be the turning point, I would say, because when they lose wickets regularly and you have a set batter on the other end, all you have to do is just give her a strike.
Yeah, Hashim scores 6 and it is 91 for 4. Jamahid Ayu comes in. They've lost a wicket. Good thing is Julia's there. Problem is they've started to lose wickets in a heap at the moment. Lost the 4th. Tries to sweep, umpire unmoved, inside edge maybe.
I think the bottom edge has just saved her here. So dangerous to try and sweep this particular bowler. She's so canny. Pulls a lot of arm balls. I reckon this was another one. It just swings away. The bottom edge onto the pad.
He's on 47, which was a highest score before this versus Nepal. Will become the first Malaysian to score a 50 in Asia Cup if she's able to do that. Tossed it up. Hits it straight. Takes the first one quickly. There's a chance. Yes, there is. Great bit of fielding in the end. That brings her to just one shot of that well-deserved half-century.
Well, they're going to check the boundary, but she will have been hoping and praying that this was going to get over the boundary. Finally, Thailand's fielding comes to the party. Look, it's even in the hand. She, I think, just about lets go in time. Brilliant wherewithal to let go there from Panita Maya. And it's just 2, so 49 on the rink.
Both of you would have gone through those moments so many times in your careers. Take us through, Isabel.
I think you better ask Mitali more about that one.
No, she'll have to wait. Mithali, the mic is yours.
Well, there are many times when you're actually chasing and you just need about 4 in the last 2 balls or 3 balls. That's when you desperately would expect a misfield from the fielder or let it go by. And I remember this game against England in Bangalore, and I was playing with the number 9 batter, and we required about 8 runs. And I played a really good stroke, and she fielded, and I just got a single. There was a change in the strike, and then they get 2 wickets, and we lost that by about 7.
Oh, there was a chance at the other end. So much happening while we are trying to build in stories and weave stories. Going down memory lane with Mithali Raj. And we'll take a look at that wicket here as well, because there was total harakiri.
Well, here's the run out. Have a look at the non-striker, just watching the fielder far too much. You just have to trust your partner in those instances. You can't see the angle. Just watch her. She says yes, you take off, and chances are you'll get home.
Required run rate has climbed to 9.60 from here. It needs some solid blows. Taps, calls, and that is going to be her half-century. She's coming back for the second as well. Is there risk at the other end? There is. She doesn't collect it properly. If she had, and oh, she's on 49. It's a partner who gets those 2 runs. So sorry, we got carried away too.
Well, I think here both the batters really need to have a chat, because they can't just run blindly here. They're creating opportunities of runouts for Thailand. Thailand has to get their throws right, collect the ball. The keeper collected it, but just didn't manage to get it onto the wicket. Otherwise, it would have been gone by a long margin.
96 for 4 after 16. Okay, start of a fresh over. 38 required from 24. She didn't read it actually. Took a long time to realize it was the one that was coming in. 49 is what Julia is on at the moment. Focus on her, because if she does so, she'll become the first Malaysian woman to score a 50 in an Asia Cup. Her previous best was 47 against Nepal. She's really held one end together.
I'd love if I could see a young captain from Thailand, Tapatra Putawang, bring your cover fielder in, bring in extra cover, pile the pressure on in this big moment.
Waits, taps, goes for it. She becomes the first woman to score a half-century. And hold on, celebrate the moment. Don't go to the dugout. There she is. Her personal best and first 50 by any Malaysian batter in the history of Asia Cup. Congratulations, but her job is not yet done.
Just take a moment. Don't think about the next job. First one's done. 50 runs, and as all these teams tick these milestones off, it just shows the value of 8 teams in this Asia Cup brilliant to see teams like Malaysia. Won, Julia, 50 from 50.
The task is strenuous. 36 required from 22 balls. They need boundaries. Singles won't do from here. Started off with an original rate of 6.7. And that was the thing that was always going to bite them at the end. The fact that they were never, ever matching up. But for the moment, enjoy this moment, because this is when things are falling apart around her. She held it together, stood like a rock. She's still there, 50 off 50, 6 boundaries. Can she take her side through? Past the finish line. Well bowled. Every dot ball will add to the pressure.
Yes, I think Julia started off really well when they, as a batting unit, Thailand, along with the skipper, were a little cautious, but she was the aggressive one who was, with a very healthy strike rate, started the innings. She's the other end, can see the frustration with 2 dot balls.
At this moment they need boundaries, and boundaries wherever they come from, whichever end they come from. This over, very good one, Isabel.
Yalomi is a very canny leg spinner. Doesn't try and get too much sideways movement. She comes over the top of the ball, and that's what gets that bit of extra bounce, and then she can get the ball to go a little bit quicker than you think off the pitch as well. So for a very short bowler, you're not expecting that bounce, but because she's so tall in her action, she gets that bounce.
Best bet can be dance down the track, take it on a half volley, go over mid-off. On the onside, you've got protection. 3 players defending that boundary line. It's 100 up for the team. They still require 34 from 18. And when we look at that innings, an innings of sheer importance.
Anything wide was pounced upon, and anything straight went to the leg side as well. She went for placement rather than power at times, and the misfielding from Thailand helped as well. Deft touch, and then some innovation as well. Very well deserved 50 from 50 deliveries.
Became the first Malaysian player to score a half-century in Asia Cup. Mind you, they've never won a game in Asia Cup. They've never beaten Thailand in T20 internationals. Today we thought was the golden opportunity, but the required run rate at the moment in the last 3 overs is 11.33. They need boundaries, period. Where will the first one come from? She dances down the track. That is what you get to see.
Well, you asked me about scoring 50s. I said send it over to Mithali Raj, opening batter for India. When it comes to finishing a game, that was more my area. So what they need to do at this point, just do the maths. They don't necessarily need boundaries. I'm just pausing for a second because a little bit of an injury, I think, here. But do the maths, 2 a ball. That's all you got to do, 2 a ball. Just try and get some 2s. A misfield will come here and there. That's what Malaysia have to think about.
What you're saying is harder you work, the luckier you get. Work hard, tap it, run hard. Take the first one quickly. Decision pending on that one. Well in time. No problem at all. Was well within the crease, had grounded the bat. Not out, comes from the TV umpire. Madam Joyce, you were dissecting the run chase for us, and you were saying go hard, but go intelligent as well.
Well, the corners in this ground are so big. There's a couple of problems. One of them is that Julia's been there from the start, so she's pretty tired. That little break that she's just had now has given her breath back, so maybe she's got a bit more running in the legs.
Okay, so you got mid-off up. Dances down the track. She pulls the length back. Very intelligent bowling this. She's been bowling to the field. Oh, now this time around, this is much closer than the last effort. They might have picked the 5th one here. And that is going to be the most precious as well if they've got it. Look at that. And on the forehead, that face, that reaction tells you a story.
I think this is close, but I think she could be in trouble. Yeah, with the wind. The throw came with the wind, and she's well short. It's been a brilliant innings, but unfortunately coming back for the second. And this occasion, She just didn't place it correctly. And an excellent innings from Julia comes to an end. Thailand celebrate. They know how important that wicket is. As Julia goes, this is why the throw wasn't that great, but good wherewithal from Kamchampu to stay close to the stumps, gets the ball and throws it. And that's the frustration for Malaysia. They had that win within their sights, but it's heartbreak. Can they make a comeback?
Well played. What an innings. Sparkling knock, very responsible innings as well. She's walking out after having scored 52. The big question is she also carrying all the hopes out of the ground? Till the time she was there was a lot of hope. There is still contest in this one. 101 for 5. Required run rate 12.38. Julia gone.
So we have the new batter in Aina Najwa, 38 games experience, but this is a very different situation on the ground. Will these two batters take the team home, or does Thailand have a chance here?
We'll take a look at that one. 5 wickets have fallen. The 5th one, the most precious of them all, most important of them all in the context of the game. Julia was holding it together, and in the end, intelligent work. Gathers in front of the stumps, turns, and just lets go of that ball just when she needed to. No problem. Till the time it's a dot ball, pressure is only mounting on the opponents.
And Thailand are well used to this situation. They often defend lower totals than this. They're used to finishing out games, creating dot balls. And wasn't even hit well enough to go back to the bowler. Good thinking to just knock it back down from Kamchampu.
What they'll be more hurt about is the fact they got 68 from the opening partnership. It was a good foundation laid. And from there on, they've come to a situation where the required run rate is 13.71. Clean ball! You may say hit. 102 for 6 is the writing on the wall.
Malaysia, I don't think they do have the depth in the batting. We've seen this batter. They are all the time, all the batters who've come after Hunter have constantly been playing across, more bottom hand. She was nowhere. She didn't even read the line, the length. She walks back for 4. Malaysia 102 for 6.
Now talk about it. It's a double header in the evening. Got a big one coming your way. Champions of 2018 versus a team that has so many times played the final but never lifted the trophy. Sri Lanka, the home nation, versus Bangladesh. That is up next. Coming for you. We've got unfinished business right here. And, well. Thailand, the good thing about them, Isabel, would be they never had that belief running out of their souls.
No, well, when you've always beaten a team, you have that in the back of your mind, and Thailand also have the knowledge that they can defend low totals. They back their bowling. Their fielding hasn't been up to scratch today, especially not by their standards. But a run out there, some good tight bowling means they're on top now.
And if at all Malaysia ever had a very good chance beating them and come close to registering their first win in the history of Asia Cup, it was today. For so many more reasons. 18 overs gone, 102 for 6. And then we take a look at the wickets. Good partnership, the first one, 68 runs before this happened. And then there was another partnership as well, and that took the score to 83. They became 83 for 2 here.
The wickets came thick and fast then. 84 runs, just 1 run added for the 3rd as the captain struck. And we had this mix up. A couple of run outs haven't helped matters for Malaysia. Here's the first of those run outs. And they just keep falling. And this was the set batter. Julia made 52, but coming back for the 2nd. Didn't put the dive in. Will she look back and regret perhaps what could have been? This is the final one. Just trying to make room for herself, trying to cut off the stumps, and that often goes poorly, as it did just there.
Standing out of a crease. Probably she's saying, okay, I'll give it a wild charge. Will she step down? There's an intent. She takes first run very, very quickly. She's coming back for the 2nd. Good flat throw would have brought the result in your favor. Not to be so far for the moment. 30 required from 11. We're taking a look at how the wickets fell. And the 5th wicket was the most precious of them all. First wicket at 68, second at 83, third at 84, fourth falling at 91, fifth, that was where Julia got out. And with that, maybe their hope. Loud appeal, umpire thinks it's going down leg, so does Isabel.
Well, I was an in-swing bowler myself, and it's so hard to get LBWs. You feel like it's always hitting, and then you watch and missing leg stump, especially from this angle as well. It's always missing. Probably hitting a 4th. She just needed one more stump.
Also couldn't gather that support from the wicketkeeper because the wicketkeeper was busy collecting the ball. You can understand that. And we've seen wicketkeepers so many times, of course, going for the ball as well, still appealing from wherever they are.
The key is not to go down leg as a wicketkeeper. Don't give it away. Just stay in your position.
And even if though they collect it down the leg sometimes, they take the first movement and then bring it back towards the stumps or the offside, just to tell the umpire, no. It was not where you think it was going. Okay, now this is what it is. 29 required from 9. They were in it for the most part of this run chase, Mithali.
Especially the first part of the innings. I think, yes, Malaysia, when they had this skipper, the opening partnership, and then when Hunter came in, there was a couple of boundaries coming in. But the fall of Hunter has led to a lot more wickets with those runouts. Really didn't help. And then losing Julia, I think, was the biggest moment in this innings.
Yeah, when you have a start of 68 runs on the board, in the power play you've not lost a wicket, and suddenly you say, okay, this is our best chance, especially when you are getting a lot of aid and help from the fielders from the opponent's side. It is another one bites the dust. It is 105 for 7.
It tries to go against the swing, which not a good idea here, as we've seen. She's lost her wicket because of it. Tries to go leg side, goes across the left-hander, takes the top of the bat, and Siliporn Leami, well, it hasn't been the best day for her in the field, but takes an easy catch.
105 for 7. She goes out for naught. Good over this, using all her experience. You talk about 80+ games for her. Sudhir Wang. And right on the money. The beauty is you bowl to your field. Dot ball to finish that 19th. They require 29 from 6 legal deliveries.
Well, we talk about where this game was lost. Well, that's what's coming up for them. This was their best chance for a victory. Sri Lanka and Bangladesh coming up box office for them. Great opportunity for them to see how they can go against two big teams on the 23rd and 24th, both afternoon games. We'll still be thinking about this game. Where did they lose it? Probably the first innings, actually. Thailand's bowling, they've got such good bowlers. They're always going to be there and thereabouts, keeping you under 110, 120. Malaysia had a good chance if they'd kept it under 115, but 134, just that bit too far for them.
Yeah, look at the fixtures, matches that are coming up for them. Down the leg side, umpire signals a wide. There'll be another run as well. So 2 runs that you've got without the delivery being bowled.
With the fixtures there having big teams to play, I think Malaysia here really have to rethink about the batting order, the batting depth, because when they were 83 for 2, and since then, like in 23 runs, they've lost 5 wickets. So if you're going to chase, or if you want to put a good total against teams like Sri Lanka or Bangladesh, you really need to have other batters stepping up.
Well, one of the problems is they're facing Buchatham, and she's got small little variations. This one was the off spinner. Just turns a little bit. That one is the one that goes away. That's the one that she bowls with the seam upright. She looks to swing it away, and if you look to attack, you often can get stumped. That's exactly what's happened as Malaysia lose yet another wicket.
The guile and then the smile invites her, and then foxes her completely. Beautiful work. Good glove work as well. Very neat, very tidy. And for Malaysia, oh, you had it in your bag at one time. Focus on improving, not proving, rather. Lisa goes out for naught. It's 107 for 8.
Thank you.
And we will speak about the fact that there's so many good things that they can look back upon. Talking about this run chase, the best part was when they had a good solid foundation. 68 for the start.
Well, I had a hockey coach once that said you've got to lose a few before you win some, and that's that kind of failure, learning from your failure. What can we change next time? But the positive for them is that they did get close.
They did get close, no doubt about that. And there was one good innings. And problem was, till the time Julia was there, that run rate had climbed to nearly 12 runs per over. We really don't know, had she been there, what the result would have been. Because when she was looking for support, I think Hunter's wicket was the key.
I think, yes, you rightly said, Paddy. I think Hunter's wicket was the most important moment, I would feel, because both the skipper and Hunter especially was the highest run getter in the last edition of Asia Cup for Malaysia. So a lot is expected of her bat, and to lose her so early was...
And at this point in time, they may not win this contest, but try and hit a boundary on this delivery. Why? Because 4 teams per group, 2 will only go to the semi-finals. You never know. You never know. It might just come down to the net run rate in the end. Closer you go to your opponents, lesser your net run rate will be affected. 20 overs finished. It is victory for Thailand yet again. And it is 5-0 against Malaysia in T20 internationals. It is 3-0 against Malaysia in Asia Cup. And Patawong will become the youngest captain now to win in Asia Cup. 20 years is what she is. And what a moment for her. You can't kill the spirit of the lion-hearted, can you?
I think that Thailand will be pleased because this was never a gimme. They knew they were without some senior players. They had some really difficult times out there in the field when they had to deal with an opening partnership. The captain had to think of some bowling changes that were going to affect some wickets. They weren't fielding as well as they'd like, but they've come out on top. And I think that will stand to them as they take on the bigger nations coming on later on in this tournament.
Yeah, Mithali, final comments on this one. At one point in time, they were in the run chase. Hunter's wicket, was that the turning point?
I think post the Hunter's wicket, I've seen the way the body language, they've uplifted themselves on the field. All those dropped catches and the missed chance of run-outs, all converted. I think that really helps, because when you know you've got 2 main wickets sent back to the pavilion, that is a very different situation Thailand was in, and they've made the most of it. They would be very happy with this victory.
After the openers there, always he is an ISD code.
And that's what Thailand do. As soon as they get into the middle order, they just tighten the screw. It's so hard to get going against their spinners. They keep the ball within the stumps. They by and large bowl good lines and lengths, make it really difficult, and they force some run-outs as well.
And when you speak about partnerships, the best was at the top of the order. From there on, I mean, they were just not able to build layers onto that one. Julia was a part of most of them, but only 2 reaching double figures, and that in itself tells the story.
It was quite a high run rate that was required after that opening partnership, and that's what's done for them. They've tried to accelerate and they haven't managed to do it, and not the partnerships they would have wanted. Nobody taking up the mantle after one Julia.
You know, when you talk about that run chase, you always speak about a good start. They did not lose a wicket in the power play. Both the openers, they were very good boundaries hit, off the back foot, through the gap. Anything outside off was cut beautifully. Sometimes they were aided by the fielding side as well, such as this.
So when you don't have the power, you have to have the placement, and you need some help as well from the field, as we saw that. And when they took an opportunity, they took the field on, they were repaid with boundaries, they ran well, they judged the singles well, and they were helped by things like this. Just a little bit of misjudgment because of the wind.
The run chase was on, and now this wicket, you talk about Julia was holding one end together. What she was witnessing was wickets falling at the other, and Hunter came, and there was a lot of more flavor there. Suddenly we thought that this would be it. but wickets were falling, and they were falling consistently.
Well, the first half was all about the boundaries, the second half was all about the wickets. And in the middle of the innings, it was the run-outs that really cost Malaysia. There was quick thinking in mid-wicket, and then as well, Julia just maybe didn't have the pace after she got her 50. She tried to accelerate, the required run rate was building, and some smart thinking with the gloves from Koncharenkai meant that they dismissed the set batter.
133 looked to be a tall order after Julia was gone. Run rate started to climb. Wickets were coming regularly, and runs were not coming. Intelligent bowling, the guile was there, the planning was there, the execution was there. Good mindset shown at the end. They did not lose their focus of the first 10, is it?
No, they didn't, but neither did Thailand. They did what they do best, which is bowl tight lines, and they pulled it together in the field as well. Really good bowling from Kamchompu, 2 for 20 from her, and Buchatham and Putawang were miserly as well. Chanita Suthurang, the pick of the bowlers, as Malaysia were 111 for 8 as they chased 133. They just didn't manage to do it. Thailand coming out on top by 22 runs.
Yeah, we'll slip into a short little breather on the other side. Awards and rewards presentation waiting for you.
Well, we had our first close encounter of the tournament, so many congratulations to both teams. In the end, Thailand winning by 22 runs over Malaysia. It's time for the post-match presentation for game number 3 of the Women's Asia Cup 2024, organized by the Asian Cricket Council and hosted by Sri Lanka Cricket. If I could first start by inviting the Malaysian captain, Winred Durai Singam. Winnie, you must be feeling disappointed, especially after how you started with the bat.
Yeah, of course, it's a bit disappointed as how we started well on the bat, but our middle orders collapsed.
Tell me what you thought was the turning point. Was it your wicket or the wicket of Elsa Hunter? Because you were in the chase, weren't you?
I think where we lost it was at Elsa Hunter's wicket, and then it started dropping. The wickets just started going, and no one was getting the right track.
At halftime, how did you feel about 133?
We were confident that we were going to chase because the last 2 games that played here was the chasing team that won. So we were confident on that, but our wicket didn't go less how we wanted.
Well, you still have Bangladesh and Sri Lanka to play. Are you happy to take some positives into those games?
Yeah, we'll come back strong, of course, and I hope the girls come back strong and bounce back strong and play well in the next 2 games.
Before I leave you, I must ask you, when you took your catches, there was a celebration with the... Can you tell me about that?
I have no idea why she did that celebration, but I'll go and ask her in a while.
All right, Winifred, you played a really good game. Tough luck, but good luck for the next one.
Thank you so much.
The captain of Malaysia, Winred Durai Singam. It's now time to present the Player of the Match award, for which we have the honor of the presence of Mr. Aruna De Silva, Head of Administration, Sri Lanka Cricket. Don't worry, we'll figure that out. Mr. De Silva will give you your award. It's a well-deserved award for Nanapat Koncharenkai, the wicketkeeper batter who scored 40 of 35 for Thailand. Exciting innings and an excellent partnership as well, proving to give them a good score. Might I also request Khurram to join us? And Mr. De Silva, thank you very much for doing the honors. Khurram Gilani, the team manager, will just facilitate the conversation. First, just take me through the result, because there was some panic and some pressure. How do you feel about the result, firstly, Nanapat?
Yeah, I'm so really happy. Yeah.
You can speak in your language, no problem.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจค่ะแล้วมันก็เป็นเกมแรกของพี่พัชชาด้วยกัปตันแล้วก็มีแบบไม่ได้มีพวกพี่ๆมาเยอะอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะแล้วก็
So it was the first time the captain, new captain, was on board. So we're also missing a lot of players. So first game of the tournament is always a little bit exciting, and you have a lot of anxiety as well. That's why you probably saw that initially we weren't able to get too many wickets, but later on I think we pulled ourselves together and went through with it.
Brilliant. Now, I want to talk about that because you're missing key players. No Natakam Chantam, no Narimul Chaiwa, your regular captain. Did that put more pressure on you as a batter to perform?
Yeah. So I'm not pressure too much because we have the many batter here. Yeah.
And tell me about all of you playing very freely. It looks like the whole team was playing a very attacking brand of cricket. Is that the message?
So they've been practicing for situations as such, and because of the practice that they've done during tough situations as such, they were able to bat freely.
All right, it was a joy watching you bat. Congratulations, Nanapat, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
You can give that to your captain. Yeah. And now might I invite the captain, please. Thipacha Putawong, captain of Thailand. And Khurram will stay here and help us out. 20 years old, captain of Thailand for the first time, and first win for Thailand as captain for you. How do you feel, Thipacha?
จริงๆแล้วแมตช์นี้แบบหนูตื่นเต้นมากค่ะเพราะว่าเป็นแมตช์แรกที่มีเด็กแล้วก็ชุดใหญ่มาเล่นด้วยกันใช่
So initially she was very, she had a bit of anxiety because first time as a captain, there's a good mix of young players. We have a lot of youngsters playing. A few of the senior girls are also there, so it was a new experience for her not having the usual players, and all the younger ones performed well, and she's very happy with the results.
When Malaysia started well, 68 without loss, 83 for 1, what did you say to your teammates to make them believe you could still win this game?
ที่มาเลยได้ตีก่อน เขาได้รันดีมากพัชจะไปคุยกับทีมอะไรบ้างที่เราชนะ
What did you say to your team at that point?
จริงๆ หนูไม่ได้พูดอะไรค่ะ แต่ว่าหนูค่อนข้างมั่นใจกับทีมเรื่องโบกับฟิลว่าเราสามารถอาจารย์แล้วก็หยุดรันได้
She said that she did not have to say anything to the team because she's very confident with our bowling and fielding side. We did make a few mistakes in the beginning, but she's confident that we were not going to let the game get out of our hands.
And the last thing I'll ask you is, did you enjoy being captain?
Yes,
All
enjoy.
right. Very well done. First of many. Well done, Thipacha.
Yes, thank you.
Captain of Thailand is very happy. That's a good win for them to start the tournament, and that's all from downstairs.
Okay, so Malaysia was thinking about that win. That win was not theirs to be. In the end, it was a better team prevailed over. Okay, that's second installment of the day. That's coming at 6:30 for you. Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh. We'll be looking forward to your company. Do join us then.